Chapter 290. Field 1. Fong Ping stood on the rostrum, his face full of sorrow. I finally experienced what it was like to be the dean and vice-chancellor back then. Previously, he had always been standing on the field. How could he have the chance to stand on the stage? Now, the freed serfs were singing. The wheel of fortune had turned, and it was finally his turn. The others were a little helpless. Can't you get down to business? We're not here to watch you flaunt your might. Off stage, the freshman discussed softly. Is that Fong Ping? It's him, the top rank 3 martial artist. No, the combat strength ranking was updated this morning. Fong Ping is no longer on the list. Also, the rank 4 ranking was updated today. Did you guys see it? When was it updated? 8 o'clock. Fong Ping isn't the first among rank 3? Who pushed him down? No, Fong Ping isn't in the rank 3 ranking anymore. He must have advanced a rank 4, but he isn't in the rank 4 ranking either. Speaking of the rank 4 ranking list, the new students who had seen the list before shook their heads and said, when the rank 4 ranking list came out, I don't really recognize it. MCMAU has 3 people on the list, but they're all instructors, no students. It was the same for other martial arts universities. Some martial arts universities did not even have instructors on the list. Over at CCMAU, there's another student on the list. Once the ranking list of rank 4 came out, it would no longer be the student's home ground. Commanders from all over the country, commanders-in-chief of the military department, and instructors from martial arts universities were the main force on the leaderboard. Even the sects did not have many people on the leaderboard. Out of all the martial arts students in the country, only 2 were on the list. One was CCMAU Li Hansong, the other was NMAU Wang Jinyang. Li Hansong's skull was naturally honed. A strong skull meant fewer weaknesses, stronger physique, and stronger vitality. That was why peak rank 4 Li Hansong was on the list. Wang Jinyang's bone marrow was jade-like, which was also a great advantage. In addition, in order to promote NMAU, Wang Jinyang voluntarily revealed to the public that he was a peak rank 4 and had entered the ranking list. Of the 3 military academies, only Yao Qingjun was on the list. There were 102 military schools and martial arts universities, but there were only 3 students on the list, which was a very high value. MCMAU did not have any students on the list. It was quite embarrassing this time. Fortunately, there were 3 instructors on the list, and there were quite a number of people on the list. It could be said that MCMAU had managed to maintain the dignity of an elite university. Fong Ping overheard some of the discussions going on below the stage. Actually, he had seen the list in the morning. However, he had no chance in the rank 4 ranking list at the moment, so Fong Ping did not look at it too much. Although his mentality was not weak, he did not have much of an advantage over a peak rank 4 martial artist who had completed honing his 5 viscera. Some commander-level officers killed people like flies. Their murderous aura could disperse Fong Ping's mentality. Of course, that was in the past. It might not be the case now. At this moment, Fong Ping's ability had improved once again. His physique and vitality were comparable to peak rank 4, and his mentality was stronger too. If he really encountered a peak rank 4 powerhouse, he might not necessarily lose, provided that the opponent was a typical peak rank 4 powerhouse who had stayed for a long time and cultivated their combat techniques to the peak. Fong Ping would most likely be no match for them. Silence! Fong Ping shouted softly, interrupting the students' discussion. What was the point of discussing the rank 4 ranking list when he was not around? If he was number 1 on the rank 4 ranking list, everyone could talk more now. Zhao Lei, roll call. At the side, Zhao Lei's face was filled with black lines. There were more than 1,980 new students. It could be said that there were 2,000 people. This kind of hard labor, and you think of me? Although he was indignant, Zhao Lei still picked up the name list and read aloud, Tang Wen. Here. In the front row, a petite girl responded. Beside Fong Ping, Chen Yunqi said softly, this year's number 1 new student, twice honed, upper stage rank 1. Fong Ping nodded slightly and did not say much. Zhao Lei continued to roll. Gu Longfei, a youth who did not look like a good person, responded lazily. The reason why he felt that he was not a good person was because Fong Ping felt that there were not many good-looking people who were kind. They were either sinister villains or rich playboys. Luo Sheng, here. The new student ranked third seemed all right. Fong Ping had a good impression of him. He was average-looking, simple and honest. He was a good seedling. As Zhao Lei went down the list one by one, just the roll call alone took nearly 2 hours. Zhao Lei's mouth was dry. In the end, he was panting a little. He did not even have a megaphone. He was relying on his voice to shout. He did not believe that Fong Ping was not torturing him on purpose. The new students below the stage were also a little noisy. On the first day of school, they had to stand for 2 hours just to roll call. Moreover, it was not the school's leaders, but a group of students. Many of them looked unhappy. Fong Ping did not care. He asked the people beside him to record the names quickly. Martial artists had sharp ears and eyes. Everyone remembered the names that these people had called. It was impossible for them to remember wrongly. The noise grew louder and louder. It was almost noon. The roll call had just ended. Someone below the stage could not take it anymore and said noisily, "Didn't the teachers come?" "Yeah, school just started. I haven't even made my bed yet. They've been doing roll call for 2 hours. Are they crazy?" Fong Ping smiled and said, "Hello, students. Quiet down for a moment." The crowd below the stage was still noisy. "All of you, shut up. The Discipline Inspection Department is maintaining order. If there's any more nonsense, I'll expel you. Get lost." Fong Ping roared. Outside the stage, dozens of rank 2 and 3 martial artists rushed over quickly. Their faces were full of killing intent, their alloy weapons glinting coldly. This time, everyone shut up. Fong Ping curled his lips. How satisfying. No wonder everyone wanted to be the boss. As the boss, he could do whatever he wanted. Let me say this first. In MCMAU, new students have benefits. 50 credits are given to you to help you break through to rank 1. 1 credit is about 30,000 yuan. Next, Minister Yi, report your name. Those whose names are called will have 10 credits deducted. Yi Qing picked up the list he had just recorded and quickly reported the names of more than 100 people. The crowd below the stage was in an uproar again. "Continue. You guys keep arguing. Stop when you're done. I'm not in a hurry. Continue deducting. After deducting 50 credits, you'll owe the school credits. Continue deducting your future breakthrough benefits until there's nothing left." "Why?" Someone was indignant and said loudly, "Why are you deducting our credits?" Fong Ping said lightly, "Why? Because I'm the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society. I forgot to tell you that in MCMAU, the instructors don't do anything. All the school's affairs are managed by the Martial Arts Society. If you're not convinced, then continue. Just you. I'll deduct 10 more credits. Pricks are my favorite. Back then, I was a prick too, but I had the ability. Now I'm a middle stage rank 4. If you think you can beat me, then you have the final say. In MCMAU, the strong are respected. This is the first thing I want to teach you. Remember, before you have the ability, be more obedient. Only the strong can be unbridled and do whatever they want." After Fong Ping finished speaking, he ignored him and continued, "After entering MCMAU, I think many of you here, including your parents and elders, might have told you some things about MCMAU. However, that was before. From this batch onwards, MCMAU will no longer be the MCMAU of the past. All new students who fail to enter rank 1 before the end of their freshman year will be expelled. Therefore, in the next year, no, 10 months at most, if you can't become a martial artist, I'm sorry, but go home. MCMAU won't keep you. This is the first thing I need to tell everyone. Secondly, as new students, not only do you need to cultivate martial arts, but you also need to take cultural lessons. In addition, you need to contribute to the school. MCMAU no longer supports idlers and useless people. How do you contribute to the school? It's simple. In the future, the school's cleaning and errands will be handled by the new students. The original staff will be dismissed to save the school's expenses. Thirdly, from this batch onwards, MCMAU will officially set up an elite class. It will no longer be a temporary special training class, but a true elite class with differentiated treatment. Elite class students do not need to follow the second rule, and they can obtain more credits and more preferential treatment. The elite class students will have a fixed number of 100. You can challenge each other, learn from each other, and fight for a place in the elite class. MCMAU will set up a new student combat strength ranking. The top 100 on the ranking list will be the elite class students. It's that simple. Also, this batch has a total of 1,986 students. I don't like this number. MCMAU will implement an elimination system. The ranking list will be updated once a month. If you've been in the bottom 10 for 3 consecutive times, you can go home this year without waiting for next year. Close to 2,000 people. This is the highest number ever. I hope we can eliminate some of them to save more resources. I hope you won't let me down and eliminate a few as soon as possible. I think 1888 is a good number. Of course, this number may have to wait until next year. Fourthly, in the past, the selection of MCMAU instructors was a two-way choice. You choose your instructor, and the instructor chooses you. However, this batch will no longer be like that. From this batch onwards, if you don't become a martial artist, you won't be assigned an instructor. You'll be teaching in large classes. Only when you become a martial artist will you have the right to choose an instructor. There was a slight uproar below the stage. If one did not become a martial artist, they would not even have the right to choose an instructor? Fu Changding and the others frowned slightly. Fong Ping did not mention this before, nor did he communicate it to the school. Fong Ping did not mind this at all. He had no choice but to do so. There were less than 300 middle-ranked instructors in the school. These instructors now had students with them. Some had more than 10 students, while the others had 7 or 8 students. As for the new students, there were close to 2,000 people. How could there be so many instructors for them to choose? Tomorrow, we'll carry out the allocation arrangements. In the past, after the allocation, there was a chance to choose an instructor. Now there's no more. Of course, martial artist students can choose their instructors. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Finally, I want to remind everyone that time waits for no man. Make the best use of your time and opportunities. Don't let yourself regret it for the rest of your life. Fong Ping had his fun as a leader. He nagged for more than half an hour before announcing the end of the meeting. The new students, on the other hand, looked solemn. On the first day of school, before the teachers had even appeared, the seniors had already given them a big show of strength. After the new students left one after another, Fong Ping laughed. Awesome! Everyone rolled their eyes one after another. Lu Mengyao chuckled. President, have you communicated with the school about the elite class and the selection of instructors? I've mentioned it, but the school didn't reply. I'll just ignore them. Fong Ping shook his head. The competitive pressure in MCMAU isn't great. Although I don't want everyone to go to the catacombs to die, I still have to give them an appropriate amount of pressure. The elimination system at the bottom must also be implemented properly. I'll make an example out of them. I'll kick a few out to teach everyone a lesson. The ranking list is also to give everyone more motivation. As for the source of the awarded credits, I'll apply with the school for a portion of it. The other students' credits that were deducted this time will also be used for this purpose. Also, if the Martial Arts Society has any leftovers, we can subsidize a portion. You've all seen our batch last year. The people in the special training class improved faster than the others. However, the special training class is a fixed choice. After entering the special training class, the others won't have a chance. As for the elite class, I want to give everyone a chance to enter. As long as you work hard and have the talent, you'll be able to catch up. As for the cultivation resources, you'll have to fight for them yourself. I'm planning to open up the mission system for all students. Easy ones, difficult ones. Everyone can choose for themselves. This includes the loan system. I'm planning to apply for a quota from the school to give everyone a chance to become stronger. If they can't seize the opportunity, then they can't blame anyone else. Everyone nodded. If they wanted to become stronger, second-generation martial artists had a chance. Even those with average family backgrounds had a chance. It all depended on themselves. Some of the easier missions, including the loan system, Fong Ping would definitely favor the students with poor family backgrounds. In the past, there was no such thing. Everyone could cultivate and achieve breakthroughs. Now that there would be more opportunities. Fong Ping gave a brief explanation and looked at the others. Don't slack off. Just because you're addicted to being a leader doesn't mean you're strong enough to surpass these new students. If you're surpassed by the new students, then it's your own problem. Take me, for example. I was a new student last year. This year, I'll be the president of the Martial Arts Society. Everyone was speechless. The third-year and fourth-year students were a little helpless. Can you not use your standards to measure everyone? September 2nd. The new students began to be assigned to schools. The Class 09 new students were indeed stronger than the previous cohort. There were almost 100 martial artists. Fong Ping's cohort only had about 60 people. There were a total of 14 twice-honed martial artists, including twice-honed students who had yet to become martial artists. This was also more than the previous cohort. Among them, some of the top students were upper stage rank 1. Last year, middle stage rank 1 was the mainstream. Each cohort is stronger than the last. The youngsters these days are getting better and better. On the top floor of the building of practical training, when Fong Ping sighed like an old man, the instructors beside him, including the 2 grandmasters, did not know whether to laugh or cry. This kid really thought of himself as the school's leader. How old were you? Come to think of it, he was only a sophomore. Some of the new students were older than Fong Ping. Now he was sighing. How could the instructors beside him endure this? Tang Fong could not help but glance at Fong Ping. Fong Ping said quietly, I heard that the top student, Tang Wen, is the daughter of one of the instructors. To prevent the instructors from using their position for personal gain, I suggest that Tang Wen enter another school instead of the School of Weaponry. Fong Ping. Tang Feng's expression darkened. Kid, now you're interfering with my business. Fong Ping grinned. Dean Tang, I'm not targeting anyone. To be honest, not entering the School of Weaponry is for Tang Wen's own good. The School of Social Sciences is good enough. The School of Weaponry is too dangerous. Get lost. Tang Feng cursed. Mother **her. This kid was completely different from Zhang Yu now that he was the president. Back then, when Zhang Yu was the president, he did not meddle in everything. Don't you need to cultivate? Tang Feng glared at him. This kid was strolling around the school all day unhurried. Those who did not know better would think that he was at peak rank 6 and was stuck at this bottleneck. Dean Tang, you don't have to worry about this. Rank for cultivation will happen in no time. Fong Ping was not panicking at all. He really was not panicking. He had not digested the explosive increase in his strength. There was no need for him to continue cultivating. After a few days to digest his current strength, it would not be too late to think of a way to hone his heart. Fong Ping purposely angered Tang Feng before staring at the screen, curiously. He whispered, Instructor Tang, is Tang Wen really your daughter? Tang Feng's gaze was extremely dangerous. Old man Li kicked Fong Ping. This kid was trying to stir up trouble. Was he not afraid that Tang Feng would beat him up? Fong Ping said dryly, I didn't mean anything by it. Instructor Tang is tall and strong while Tang Wen is petite and delicate. She definitely takes after her mother. This is a good thing. I'll take care of Junior Tang in the future. If you dare hit my daughter, I'll tear you apart. Tang Feng snorted. Are you going to hit my daughter to get back at me? Who did not know that Fong Ping hit girls? Fong Ping looked embarrassed. What are you saying? When did I say I would hit her? Chapter 291. Teasing aside, the division of the building of practical training was coming to an end. Tang Wen, Luo Sheng, and Gulong Fei were indeed very strong. The three of them were all upper stage rank 1. The division was a small matter, and no one dared to provoke them. Of course, it was not as intense as last year. Last year, Fong Ping and Fu Chongding had put on a great show. Fong Ping did not care too much about upper stage rank 1. After watching for a while, he turned to Wu Quishan and said, Vice-Chancellor, the school hasn't approved my application to lift the ban. Instructor Lu Fengru is my teacher and also the school's main combat strength below Grandmasters. Being grounded in the pressure room, I think we can talk about it. Lu Fengru, who was at the side, did not say a word, as if she did not hear anything. Wu Quishan cut to the chase and said, Since everyone is here, let's discuss it. Those who agree to lift the ban, those who disagree, vote by raising your hands. Rank 6, including those above rank 6 and the president of the Martial Arts Society have the right to vote. Fong Ping grinned and said, Let's vote then. Vice-Chancellor, I've already prepared the voting props. Whether you agree or not, just tick it. As he spoke, Fong Ping picked up a small cardboard box from the side and began handing out ballots to the rank 6 martial artists. Teachers, please work hard. I just need to draw a tick. Sorry for the trouble. Fong Ping was all smiles. Wu Quishan saw this and did not say anything else. Huang Jing and the others were speechless. This kid Fong Ping was well prepared. In MCMAU, there are 3 grandmasters. Currently, there were 2 in school. Of the 7 peak rank, 6 were currently in school, and 1 was keeping watch in the catacombs. There were 22 rank SIXS below peak rank 6. Right now, there were 14 people present. Including Fong Ping, he had a total of 23 votes. However, Fong Ping and Lu Fengru already had 2 votes. With another 10 votes, the ban would be lifted. Everyone did not hesitate. They quickly filled in their ballots and stuffed them into the box. Soon it was over. When everyone was done, Fong Ping opened the box and checked it. He chuckled. 16 votes in favor. Vice-Chancellor, do you want to check? No need. Wu Quishan was not surprised. Nowadays, most people probably hoped that MCMAU could produce another Grandmaster. As for whether or not Lu Fengru would go crazy, everyone felt that the probability of that happening was not high. Once Skygate City and East Sunflower City merged into one, they would have 2 great rank 9 martial artists. Lu Fengru was crazy, but that did not mean she was stupid. She, a rank 7, sought revenge on 2 rank 9s. Other than death, there was no other outcome. The suppression room can be unlocked. After saying that, Wu Quishan suddenly looked at Fong Ping and said, On the 2nd floor of the school's combat techniques room, there is some confidential information about MCMAU, including some maps of the distribution of the energy mines in the catacombs. Fong Ping, as the president of the Martial Arts Society, you can look at them, but you can't reveal them to anyone. Otherwise, you'd better think it through. Can you withstand the strength of 3 high ranks? Furthermore, the location of the energy mine was available, but it was best not to go there. Only death awaited. The energy mine will definitely be occupied by high-ranked creatures. Peak rank 6 martial artists will only die if they go there. Some peak rank 6 martial artists will disregard everything and charge in, seeking their own deaths. Fong Ping, do you understand what I mean? Fong Ping immediately understood what he meant. He said awkwardly, Vice-Chancellor, I won't do that. Even if I saw it, I definitely wouldn't leak it. There are 3 high grandmasters here. I wouldn't dare to do anything that would betray MCMAU. Beside him, Lu Fengru's eyes were deep. She glanced at everyone lightly, but did not say anything. Also, the matter regarding the elite class and the new student combat strength ranking can be implemented. Wu Quishan also knew about these matters. At this moment, he finally gave an accurate answer. After thinking for a while, he said, "Last place elimination system. I don't think we need 3 months. Every month, the last 10 students will be eliminated directly." Huang Jing immediately said, 3 months is to give the students a chance. Our goal is not to eliminate them for the sake of eliminating them. Vice-Chancellor, I think 3 months is just right. Yes, Vice-Chancellor. Actually, last place elimination is no longer in line with the school's standards of education. If we don't give them a chance at all, that would be too cruel. I think we should eliminate them directly. There are hundreds more new students this year. Even if they received some funding from CCMAU, there are still more people now. Eliminating some won't hurt the overall situation. The instructors and deans all spoke up. At this time, Fong Ping did not interrupt. Instead, he paid attention to the situation. The school situation was slightly complicated now. Although Wu Quishan was also a rank 8 golden body powerhouse at the moment, he did not seem to have the old vice-chancellor's prestige. Many people supported Huang Jing. Fong Ping continued to stare at the big screen with an indifferent attitude. After a while, Fong Ping suddenly picked up the microphone and shouted, "All students, listen up. Attack Tang Wen, Gu Longfei, and Luo Sheng. If these 3 people are defeated, each participant will be awarded 1 to 10 credits. Tang Wen and the other 2 can last for half an hour without being defeated. Each person will be awarded 100 credits. Those who perform well will be given priority to rank 6 instructors, including aspiring martial artists. Begin now." As soon as he finished speaking, the lower floors of the building of practical training became a little chaotic. Tang Feng's expression darkened. He did not care to argue with the 2 vice-chancellors anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fong Ping, you're overstepping your bounds." The vice-chancellors were all here. Did Fong Ping really think of himself as the leader? Fong Ping laughed. "Instructor Tang, haven't you realized that this year's school allocation is very boring? Last year, we weren't this bored. Also, is it really good for the students to be in harmony? It's good to set up a few opponents for everyone and set some goals. Think about it. In the batch last year, who didn't want to defeat me? Without me, Zhao Lei and the others might not have been able to enter rank 3 so quickly. Instructor Tang, you won't deny this, right? Moreover, I'm also fighting for the welfare of Junior Tang and the others. Instructor Tang may not care about 100 credits, but I can't deny that it's more fulfilling to earn it yourself. Do you want Junior Tang to rely on her father's financial support?" Huang Jing saw that Tang Feng still wanted to speak, so he said, "Let's go according to Fong Ping's plan." Wu Quishan did not object either. It was obvious that he agreed with Fong Ping. Fong Ping winked at Tang Feng, pleased with himself. Tang Feng did not waste any more words. He slapped Fong Ping's shoulder hard and said with a fake smile, "Well said. But next time, I suggest you discuss it with the school first before you make a decision." Fong Ping, the rage of a peak rank 6 martial artist, is also very scary. Fong Ping looked helpless. He looked at Lu Fengru and Li Chongxing for help, but both of them ignored him. The newly appointed dean of the School of Tactics, Luo Yichuan, also laughed. What Tang Feng said makes some sense. Fong Ping, we still need to discuss next time. Did this kid not know that Luo Sheng was his son? In the past, MCMAU's instructors preferred to send their children to other schools. But now, the situation had worsened. Instead of sending them away, it was better to stay in the school. Fong Ping did not notice this. He knew Tang Wen's identity because Zhao Lei told him that he knew her. On Luo Sheng's side, Fu Chongding did not care about anything. He had never seen Luo Sheng before. On the top floor of the building of practical combat, Fang Ping's bones were about to fall apart from Tang Feng's slaps. Downstairs, Tang Wen and the other two were also exhausted. They had nowhere to run from the pursuit. Fang Ping did not interfere with the matters of the new students' branch and the assignment of instructors after that. It was the first day. He just wanted to have some fun. He did not have the time to care about this. After the school assignment, Fang Ping handed the matter over to the Martial Arts Society members to handle and began his own cultivation. The prerequisite for cultivation was money. As for Fang Ping, he had a few gains waiting for him to reap. Logistics Department. The final battle in the catacombs had been tabulated. In the final battle to defend the city, Fang Ping had killed many martial artists. There were even a few rank for martial artists. In Hope City, there were powerhouses in charge of tabulating the battle results. In this battle, Fang Ping had received 800 credits. Old Man Li had recently returned to the logistics department. He did not care too much about the school of weaponry. Fang Ping did not know what he was thinking. Maybe he wanted to hide away and relax. At least the logistics department was indeed very relaxed now. Fang Ping received his 800 credits with Old Man Li's help. After the credits were distributed, Old Man Li thought for a while and explained, "Actually, your battle results are more than this. However, the military department has suffered a lot of casualties this time. They need to compensate their families. That's why we got less during the distribution." Fang Ping nodded. "That's understandable. It's fine. It's good enough to have some gains." Old Man Li chuckled. "Kid, at least you have a sense of righteousness. Now that you have quite a lot of credits, what do you plan to exchange them for?" After receiving these 800 credits, Fang Ping's total credits had reached 3,800. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He smiled. "There's no hurry now. I still have a lot of credits that I haven't collected. The Martial Arts Society still has 500 credits. Also, the loan system on Distance's platform has been open for more than 3 months. Excluding some battle losses, the total interest collected in these 3 months is about 3,000 credits. I can get 300 credits. A quarter has passed. Teacher, I've collected these as well. After calculating it, I can still collect 800 credits. Old Man Li glanced at him. He was a real rich person now. 4,600 credits. In MCMAU, other than a few instructors, it was really difficult for students to earn so many credits. As for Fang Ping, breaking through to rank was rewarded with 1,000 credits. East Sunflower City's information was rewarded with 2,000 credits. In addition to the benefits of being the president of the Martial Arts Society, when it came to earning money, this kid really could not be compared to ordinary people. In reality, Fang Ping had only entered the catacombs once and stayed there for a few days. Those martial artists who entered the catacombs all year round did not earn as much as he did. The school did not deny Fang Ping the benefits of the Martial Arts Society's credits. The Martial Arts Society's credits were actually also stored in the logistics department. Soon, 500 credits were allocated to Fang Ping. As for Distance's platform, Old Man Li could also find information about it. After thinking for a while, he said, "The interest collected by the platform comes from the students and will be used by the students." Fang Ping, have you considered giving up on the platform's commission? Fang Ping said sheepishly, "Teacher, operating the platform also requires capital." Old Man Li snorted but did not try to persuade him. This depended on the individual. If Fang Ping wanted a share, the school would not go back on their word. Once again, 300 credits were allocated to Fang Ping. This was considered to be the settlement of the quarterly operating bonus. Currently, Fang Ping had obtained 1,600 credits in total. His wealth had increased by 32 million. Fang Ping casually glanced at his new data. These few days he was adapting to his condition and did not cultivate much. His wealth was almost non-existent. At this moment, his wealth was increasing rapidly. Wealth. 58 million vitality. 2,000 calories mentality. 699 hertz. 699 hertz. Bone honing. 177 bones, 100%. 29 bones, 30% plus. I still have 4,600 credits. This is the most credits I've ever had. It's time to exchange for something and earn some wealth. I haven't honed my skull yet, and I should start honing my heart next. Fong Ping muttered in his heart. If he exchanged 4,600 credits for pills and sold them, Old Man Li would probably hammer him to death. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping said in a low voice, "Teacher, there are new students who don't have enough credits. In the school, 30,000 bucks can only be exchanged for 1 credit. As a senior, I should take care of my juniors and give them a discount. I'll give them 29,000 credits. What do you think?" Old Man Li frowned. "You don't need it for yourself?" "Not for now. When I need it, I'll buy it with cash." "Teacher, I'm doing this for the benefit of my juniors. I'm not disrupting the market. Do you think it's okay?" "The school doesn't exchange credits for money, right? I'll give them a discount. I risked my life to earn these credits. I can't spend them myself. Risked your life?" Old Man Li glanced at him. He knew that Fong Ping was being hunted down by a rank 6 martial artist. However, Fong Ping did not give off the impression that he was the kind of person who risked his life. Of course, that was how people who knew him saw him. Among the new students, Fong Ping was still very dignified. After thinking for a while, Old Man Li said, "It's okay. The school doesn't encourage students to exchange money for credits. Instead, they encourage them to do missions and earn credits themselves. However, new students don't force themselves to earn credits. Since you have to take care of your juniors, then lower it a little. 24 or 5,000 is enough." Fong Ping's expression darkened. "Do you think I'm a philanthropist? If I buy things myself and spend money, I'll still spend 30,000 as 1 credit. If it weren't for wealth, I'd be a fool to sell credits at a lower price. 1 credit would only increase Fong Ping's wealth by 20,000 based on credits. 4,600 credits would only increase his wealth by 92 million. If he sold credits now, he could still earn a lot no matter what. Instructor, I'm quite short on money now. I need money to expand the company, operate the platform, cultivate myself, and upgrade my equipment. Also, I'm planning to go to the catacombs in a few days. I'll need to spend money then. I still have a younger sister to support. She's also starting to cultivate martial arts." Old Man Li sneered and waved his hand. "Up to you. If you can sell it, then sell it. Also, you're going to the catacombs? When did you become so proactive? It's stressful. I can't help it." Fong Ping sighed. "Wang Jinyang and the others are already peak rank 4. I'm only middle stage rank 4. I'm the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society. I can't be too embarrassing, can I? Also, Qin Fengqin called me earlier and said that he found a good place. I can earn a lot from it. I'll wait and see. When he comes back, I'll ask him in detail. If there's really something good, I'll go take a look." "Qin Fengqin told you?" "Yes. If there's something good for him, he doesn't want it for himself. Why would he give it to you?" "He said that he can't handle it alone." Fong Ping whispered, "Qin Fengqin can run, but I can run better than him. Don't worry, instructor. I won't die even if he dies." Old Man Li did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was he talking about this? After some thought, Old Man Li asked, "Nanjang's catacombs will open in 3 to 5 months. Are you going then?" "Yes. It's right in front of my house. I won't be at ease if I don't go. Then go down a few more times to gain some experience." "That's fine too. Don't get lost this time." "No way." Fong Ping's face was full of pride. Now that his mentality was complete, he could sense the energy distribution clearly. It was impossible for him to get lost. "Don't go too deep into Magic City's catacombs. Qin Fengqing is very bold. Don't learn from him. Oh, right, old man Li thought for a while and said, These 2 days the Department of Education has arranged for people to come over. They say they're language experts. They'll teach you some simple catacombs language. Go listen to the class and learn a little. It would have been better if old man Li had not said it. As soon as he did, Fong Ping's anger rose. Nyagukali. Fong Ping gritted his teeth and laughed. Instructor, these words are so powerful. Old man Li ignored him. He yawned and chased him away. All right, don't come here if there's nothing important. I'm busy. Go do what you need to do. Don't come here and harass me all day. You're really busy, old man. Chapter 292. September 5th, Saturday. The weather in Magic City changed without warning. The sun was shining brightly yesterday, but now, outside the window, it was drizzling. A group of new students were cleaning downstairs of the Martial Arts Society. They cursed as they swept the floor. Fong Ping is a jerk. Nothing like this happened in the past. Our batch is so unlucky to have him as the president of the Martial Arts Society. That's right. My brother used to be in MCMAU too. When he was in MCMAU, it was so comfortable. Now, when it comes to our batch, we have to challenge for housing ourselves. We have to clean the school's hygiene. Even if we're caught spitting, we'll be fined. A single fine is tens of thousands. What's worse is that we don't even have an instructor before we reach rank 1. Shut up, all of you. Do you still want to be punished? It's right under our noses. Everyone shut their mouths and cautiously looked upstairs. After staying in MCMAU for a few days, everyone had accepted their fate. Their batch had a tough life. They had met an unreliable president of the Martial Arts Society. The instructors did not care about anything now, so everything became the Martial Arts Society's business. Fong Ping heard the discussion downstairs and chuckled. Write down the name list of these people. They'll be cleaning the Martial Arts Society from now on. For at least a month, before we find the next batch of suicidal people, it's all their business. Chan Yunqi sympathized with the people downstairs for a while. Were they not digging their own graves? How could a rank 4 martial artist not hear them when it was so quiet from a few floors up? Fong Ping did not continue talking about this. He asked, have the credits been sold? As the president of the Martial Arts Society, Fong Ping would not do something embarrassing like selling the credits himself. He could just leave it to someone else to handle. The Martial Arts Society office served him as the president. He did not care what Chen Yunqi did. It was fine as long as the credits were sold. They've been sold. Chan Yunqi said it awkwardly. It was not sold, and Fong Ping did not want to use the word sold. According to Fong Ping, this was a friendly sponsorship from the MCMAU New Student Assistance Fund Committee. They gave the rich new students a discount at a lower exchange rate than the school. Those who did not have money would not exchange. For 1,600 credits could be considered a lot, but it was also a very small amount. There were quite a number of students who were willing to spend money to exchange for credits. It would only take a few dozen people to exchange for credits. Chun Yunqi continued, we sold it for a total of 125 million. Fong Ping sighed and mumbled, I've suffered too many losses recently. I've lost 13 million credits and 15 million in fines. I have to think of a way to make up for it. 28 million. However, after adding the 125 million from the sale and the fine, there was still 50 million left. Now, Fong Ping was also a rich man. 175 million. On top of that, he had 90 million wealth points left. After selling 4,600 credits, Fong Ping gained another 33 million wealth points. These few days, he had also spent some wealth points to continue nourishing his internal organs. What should I do with so much money? Fong Ping mumbled. He did not have many opportunities to spend cash. Would 90 million wealth be enough to complete the honing of the skull? The hardest part of the human body to temper was the skull. It was even more difficult than controlling psychic energy. Honing the skull was a rank 7 matter. Fu Changding's grandfather had said that Fong Ping was a quasi-golden body powerhouse, but in reality, Li Hansong was. Of course, although Li Hansong's skull was naturally formed, his bone marrow had not been honed. However, after stepping into rank 7, all Li Hansong needed to do was to nourish and strengthen his mentality to the standard of rank 8. Then his entire body's bone marrow would naturally transform, and he would enter rank 8 directly. As for Wang Jinyang, his bone marrow had turned jade-like, but his skull had not been completely honed. Therefore, after reaching rank 7, he still had to stay for a while to hone his skull. However, it was very likely that after honing the skull, his bone marrow would be strengthened again, and his golden body would be more stable. This was not something Fong Ping could understand right now. Even some grandmasters did not know what kind of changes they would undergo after stepping into the grandmaster realm. Mutations had only happened in recent years. Currently, no mutated powerhouse had stepped into the grandmaster realm. The head is the biggest weakness of middle and lower-ranked martial artists. There is no one. Once the skull is honed, or even the bone marrow, if people think that my head is a weakness, I won't even know how I died. How many people has that Li Hansong guy killed? Fong Ping also knew that Li Hansong's skull was naturally formed not long ago. To prevent him from becoming arrogant, Lu Fengru reminded him yesterday not to underestimate the students on the rank for ranking list. Compared to them, Fong Ping had strengths and weaknesses. Even if they were of the same rank, Fong Ping might not necessarily be stronger than them. I'll give it a try later. How much does the system cost to hone the skull? But forget it for now. At this moment, Fong Ping dared not continue. His body's condition had only improved slightly in the past 2 days. Once the skull was honed and he lost control again, even if Lu Fengru did not cut him, others would. A rank 4 martial artist could expel mentality, have jade-like bone marrow, and complete skull honing. Fong Ping would be a weaker version of a rank 8 golden body. This kind of person could not be explained by mutation. At least for now, there were people like Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong who were holding it together with him. However, everyone had partial mutations. Fong Ping's overall mutation was too eye-catching. As his thoughts ran wild, Fong Ping tilted his head and asked, "Yunqi, when can you achieve middle stage rank 3? Chun Yunqi felt a little inferior. She whispered, "At least another month or 2. That means that by the end of the semester, there's hope for me to achieve upper stage or peak rank 3. I don't know. Maybe I can." Chun Yunqi said, and then said firmly, "Definitely. Not bad. Maybe I'll achieve rank 4 in the 2nd semester of sophomore year. I'll be much stronger than Xia Lei and the others. Our batch is still full of talents." Fong Ping praised himself because he was the greatest talent of this cohort. "Let's go and see the instructor. I heard that the instructor brought back something good. Let's go and broaden our horizons." Fong Ping did not narrate anymore. There was no point in boasting when there were fewer people. It would be more interesting when there were more people and everyone supported him. Chun Yunqi was so silly that she did not know how to flatter him. Words like "Fong Ping, you're amazing," "President, you're awesome," "Senior, you're awesome," could still be said. If she only knew how to stand there like a fool now, she would be sold sooner or later. She would still be helping others earn money. Villa number 8. The main door had been changed. Lu Fengru's students had all arrived. Zhao Xuemei had also just entered rank 3. For a once-honed martial artist like her, it was much more difficult for her to go from middle stage rank 1 to rank 3 in about a year. The money from selling the company was almost spent, and Lu Fengru had subsidized it quite a bit. In order to catch up with the others, Zhao Xuemei ate pills like they were jelly beans. Sometimes, Fong Ping felt sorry for her. Seeing Fong Ping and Chun Yunqi enter the door together, Zhao Xuemei's eyes dimmed slightly. She quickly regained her smile and said, Fangping Yunqi, have you settled the matters of the Martial Arts Society? Fangping said casually, It's nothing. If it wasn't to make everyone feel that I'm worthy of the 500 credits, I don't even need to go. Everyone burst out laughing. At this moment, the 7 people present had a high status among the MCMU students. In the first few days of school, a few students had broken through to rank 3. Currently, there were still 9 rank 4 students and 56 rank 3 students in MCMAU. As for Lu Fengru's students, there were 2 rank 4s and 5 rank 3s. She was the strongest among all the instructors. The most surprising were the 3 people she took in last year. Fangping was a rank 4. Zhao Xuemei and Qin Yunqi had both entered rank 3. Everyone chatted idly for a while. Lu Fengru came down from upstairs. In her hand, she was holding something that looked like a helmet. Do you know what this is? Lu Fengru was in a good mood. She raised the helmet in her hand and smiled. It's a new product that the Sino Nation Research Institute came up with. In the past, it was impossible to test the strength of mentality without releasing it. However, in recent years, the Research Institute has been researching mentality testing. This thing is called the mentality detector. It's an epic-making product. Even if mentality can't be released, martial artists who can't release their mentality can be tested based on their brain waves and emotional fluctuations. It wasn't easy for me to ask someone to get one from the Research Institute. The cost is extremely high. Lu Fengru looked a little proud. This was rarely seen. Moreover, when she said it was expensive, it was really expensive. As for the mentality detector, Lu Fengru was not stingy with her compliments. If this thing could be used and popularized, then it would be more targeted for the cultivation of martial artists in the future. If it could be put into use on a large scale, it would definitely be a 2-fold assessment standard for vitality and mentality in the future. Moreover, the proportion of mentality might be even higher. The appearance of such a product could be said to change the lives of many people, including the whole society and the whole world. It would have a significant impact. Some people who were born with strong mentality would also change their lives because of this. As for martial artists, once they knew the strength of their mentality, they could take fewer detours. The others looked curious and expectant, but Fangping was not too interested when he heard that. I knew how strong my mentality is. When Lu Fengru said there was something good, he was excited. He thought he could get some benefits, but now he had worked for nothing. Fangping was not interested, but the others were very interested. Lu Mengyao asked quickly, Instructor, can we use it too? Of course. I called you here so that you can use it. As Lu Fengru said that, she smiled and said, But be careful, don't break it. I'm the only one in the whole of MCMAU. Wu Quishin wanted to apply for some from the Research Institute, but after applying for a few months, there was no reply. He still wants to take it from me. In his dreams. Speaking of Wu Quishin, Lu Fengru was full of resentment. In short, she was happy when Wu Quishin was unhappy. She was able to get this because of her father. Otherwise, she would not have been able to get it. Fangping was not interested in this, but he was interested in how much Lu Fengru's mentality was. Instructor, how strong is your mentality? 825 hertz. Lu Fengru did not stop smiling today. She said, These few days I've been going to the pressure room. Maybe it won't be long before I can reach 900 hertz. When mentality reaches 1000 hertz, it can be materialized. When that time comes, it will really become tangible. Lu Fengru explained a little more. Fangping's eyes moved slightly. 1000 hertz. Mentality can be materialized. Yes. Lu Fengru knew that his mentality was not weak. She smiled and explained, mentality materialization is one of the standards to step into the Grandmaster realm. If you want to become a Grandmaster, you have to fulfill a few conditions. First, the Sanjiao gate must be completely sealed. In layman's terms, it's a leakless body where the essence, spirit, and soul will no longer overflow. Second, mentality materialization. Third, the unification of essence, spirit, and soul is actually the unification of mentality and vitality. It can also be said to be a fusion and mutual conversion. In short, when you reach that realm, you will understand. When that time comes, your vitality can strengthen your mentality, and your mentality can also strengthen the power of your vitality. The combat techniques of Grandmaster powerhouses are all combat techniques of the unification of essence, spirit, and soul. Unlike us, where mentality is mentality and vitality is vitality, a singular existence. Right now, I've completed the sealing of the Sanjiao Gate. Mentality materialization is still lacking. When mentality materialization is achieved, I can try to force the unification of essence, spirit, and soul. Force! Fang Ping caught the main point. Lu Fengru's smile faded slightly. She said calmly, "Actually, peak rank 6 martial artists all tried to unite essence, spirit, and soul before mentality materialization. However, I've never succeeded, so I can only force myself to complete this step. The growth of mentality is much more difficult than the growth of vitality. If you achieve the unification of essence, spirit, and soul in advance, then you can use vitality to feed back mentality. The speed will be faster than mine." Lu Fengru was solely cultivating mentality growth. As for others, when vitality and mentality were united, they could use the method of strengthening vitality to feed back mentality, thereby strengthening mentality. This was also the reason why she and Wu Quishan were not far apart back then. Later, when Wu Quishan achieved rank 8, she was still in rank 6. After hearing that, Fang Ping hurriedly said, "Then why don't I feel anything?" He remembered that Zhang Dingnan said that he had unified essence, spirit, and soul. Lu Fengru was amused. You're still too early. Your Sanjiao Gate hasn't been sealed, so you can't achieve unification. Right now, it's just a literal meaning. It means that your essence, spirit, and soul have reached the peak of a stage. However, if you continue like this, when you reach peak rank 6, the unification will be very smooth. At least, it will be much smoother than mine. Of course, if you want to be invincible all the way, it won't be that easy for your own beliefs to reach the strongest. Fang Ping smiled immediately. Then I'll definitely be fine. Lu Fengru smiled and said no more. After all, the others were still too far away from Grandmaster. Don't just stand there. Let's try. Who wants to try first? Me. Liang Huabao was the first to shout. Lu Fengru did not hesitate either. She immediately put the helmet on his head. Concentrate. Simulate your strongest combat technique in your mind. Think about the power of the moment you unleash your ultimate move. Liang Huabao's expression turned serious. He closed his eyes and began to think about the explosive power of the combat technique. Fang Ping saw that he looked like he was constipated, holding back his thoughts. He felt like laughing. Meanwhile, a display screen on the helmet was fluctuating constantly. The row of numbers on it was not stable. They were changing all the time. Lu Fengru looked for a while and shook her head slightly. Very soon, Liang Huabao opened his eyes. He exhaled and said, "Instructor, is this enough?" "Yes." Lu Fengru glanced at the helmet and said, 285 Hz. Liang Huabao asked curiously, high or low? The standard for Grandmasters is 1000 Hz. I'm only rank 3. It should be quite high, right? Lu Fengru suddenly understood why the research institute did not really want to promote it. First, the cost was too high. However, this was not the main point. When the vitality measuring machine was first created, the cost was also high. As the technology matured, the cost would naturally decrease. Second, it might make people feel hopeless. Currently, there was no separate cultivation method for mentality. Even Grandmasters cultivated vitality. Then they used vitality to nourish mentality. However, martial artists whose mentality and vitality were not integrated could not do this. This also meant that martial artists below peak rank 6 could only rely on rank advancement to strengthen themselves and strengthen their mentality. Or, relying on the accumulation of momentum, they could also strengthen their mentality. This included the invincible momentum and the murderous momentum. Perhaps it also included a kind of momentum in status. In the past, Fang Ping had discussed with Huang Jing and the others that doing business or politics might increase the probability of breaking through to Grandmaster. This might also be a kind of momentum accumulation. Of course, this point had not been proven yet. As she thought about this, Lu Fengru smiled. It's all right. It's not too high, but not too low either. Hua Bao, pay more attention to the cultivation of momentum. Martial artists who move forward bravely or are decisive in killing will have higher mentality. As soon as she said this, everyone looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression darkened. Why are you looking at me? I'm decisive in killing, and I'm also invincible. That's why my mentality is high. I just don't want to show it normally. If not, how could I have killed a rank 5 powerhouse in the catacombs? I'm not afraid even when facing a rank 6. Everyone should learn from me. Lu Fengru could not help but laugh. She did not say anything and continued to let the others test. At first, Liang Huabao thought that his mentality was quite high. Soon, he knew that Lu Fengru was comforting him. He was an upper stage rank 3 martial artist. He was not surprised that Liang Fenghua, who had entered rank 4, was stronger than him at 380 hertz. On the other hand, peak rank 3 Qing was at 350 hertz. One should know that the gap between them was not big. Lu Mengyao, who had also entered upper stage rank 3, was at 300 hertz. This time, Liang Huabao was in despair. Zhao Xuemei, on the other hand, was at 295 hertz. Chun Yunqi, on the other hand, was at 300 hertz. These two people were only early stage rank 3. This time, Liang Huabao was completely defeated. He said in grief and indignation, "Am I worse than a woman?" The girls did not give him a friendly look. Lu Fengru also glanced at him. Why were there more and more people in MCMAU who were courting death? Did this kid forget whether his instructor was a man or a woman? Ignoring him, Lu Fengru said in a low voice, "I'm guessing that the number of times an aspiring martial artist has honed their bones might affect the strength of their mentality. I'll do a count later and see how many grandmasters are twice honed." This number was not difficult to calculate. Once it was confirmed, everyone might strive to hone their bones multiple times in the aspiring martial artist stage. In Lu Fengru's opinion, Chun Yunqi, who was twice honed and close to the 3rd stage, was not as determined as Zhao Xuemei. However, Chun Yunqi's mentality was stronger than Zhao Xuemei's. This should not be the case. Fang Ping, you try. Fang Ping laughed and said humbly, "Instructor, I'll pass. Everyone's here." "Stop talking nonsense. I'm asking you to try, so try." Fang Ping sighed softly and looked at the crowd. "Don't look at me. You'll feel hopeless." They did not make a sound and watched him continue showing off. In the end, the results were out very quickly. Fang Ping, who could expel his mentality, did not need to meditate. He could just expel it. 699 hertz. This time, Lu Fengru was speechless. She looked at Fang Ping passionately, staring at his head. Fang Ping's expression changed again. "I shouldn't have shown off." Was old Lu trying to hit his head again? Very good. Maybe you can really enter the Grandmaster stage soon. Lu Fengru praised him. She squinted her eyes and smiled. "Fang Ping, cultivate well. If I become a Grandmaster, then forget it. If I don't," Fang Ping's old face fell. What she meant was a little too much. He did not look at Lu Fengru anymore. He stared at the helmet for a while. He could bring this thing back for Fang Yuan to test. Could that girl's mentality reach 100 hertz? He always felt that Fang Yuan's aptitude was extremely poor. She was as timid as a mouse, greedy for life and greedy for money. Her willpower is too weak. Her mentality is weak too. Her martial arts path is difficult. Chapter 293. At the same time, Sun City. Sun City No. 1 High School, second floor of the gym. Fang Yuan felt itchy all over, and she squirmed uncomfortably for a while. A few girls who were admiring their boss's heroic movements suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Yuan, you're bleeding. There's so much blood on your face. Even your clothes." Sob, Sister Yuan, what's wrong? The girls were flustered. They wanted to check out the situation in a panic, but Fang Yuan subconsciously pushed one of the girls a few meters away as soon as they got close. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. "I didn't use any force. I was pushed so far away. Is this what my brother said?" She did not have time to ask. Seeing that her friend was fine, and hearing the screams of the crowd, Fang Yuan touched her face subconsciously. Her hand was covered in dirty blood. Fang Yuan had been practicing martial arts for a year, after all. This was not the first time she had seen dirty blood flowing out of her body. However, this was the first time her face was covered in blood. The next moment, Fang Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and she felt a numbing sensation coming from inside her body. "I am honing my bones?" Although Fang Ping did not go home often, he would remind her when it came to martial arts cultivation, since her brother was a martial artist. Fang Yuan had heard Fang Ping talk about bone honing for the first time when he was an aspiring martial artist. "I've honed my bones once." Fang Yuan was about to cry tears of joy. She had almost lost her confidence because of her brother. Fang Ping had started teaching her stance in June of 2008. Fang Ping was not a martial artist then. Now that Fang Ping had entered rank 4, she had not even honed her bones once. She was so depressed that she did not even have the mood to count the money in her stash. She did not expect that she would start honing her bones when she was just casually practicing her basic skills. "Sister Yuan. President, are you okay?" The girls were a little scared when they saw Fang Yuan's bloody face and hideous smile. The most timid of them was ready to turn and run away. Had the president gone mad from practicing martial arts? It was shown on television that people who went berserk would kill anyone they saw. "I'm fine." Fang Yuan was overjoyed. She continued to feel the numbness from her bones being tempered. It was a wonderful feeling. "Shaoling, I've broken through." Fang Yuan was overjoyed. She ignored the strange glances the girls were giving her from time to time and giggled. "I'm going to become a martial artist. No, if I wanted to, I could become a martial artist right now." Fang Yuan was in an extremely good mood. Aspiring martial artists could choose to break through after completing the first round of bone honing. Of course, she did not forget her brother's instructions. She had to strive to complete twice honing or even thrice honing. But none of that mattered. In Sun City No. 1 High School, the best student in the Gaokao this year had a vitality of 135 calories. On the first day of school, Fang Yuan and the others saw the school's Gaokao honor roll. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was only in her first year of high school, and her vitality had already reached 150 calories. "I'm a genius, it's just that I'm young." Fang Yuan was no longer depressed. As for Fang Ping's rapid improvement, that was because he had entered a martial arts university. If she had entered a martial arts university, she might have reached rank 5 or 6 in a year. She would be even more powerful than Fang Ping. Yes, let's tell Fang Ping the good news. Fang Yuan did not even bother to wipe the blood off her face. She went to the side to pick up her phone and shouted to the others. "Right, continue to recruit members for the club. Recruit 2,000 people." Fang Yuan did some calculations. Fang Ping had said that he was in charge of 7,000 people in MCMAU. She could not have fewer than him. As soon as she finished speaking, Shaoling, who was still in a daze, quickly said, almost all the female students in Sun City have joined. Then we'll open a branch in the village. Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when she suddenly laughed awkwardly. Forget it. Keep a low profile. We can't recruit anymore. If she recruited anymore, her brother would flip out if he found out. Villa number 8. Fang Ping was still thinking about using the mentality detector when his phone rang. When he saw that it was Fang Yuan's number, Fang Ping had just picked it up when he heard Fang Yuan's joyful voice, as if she had broken through to Grandmaster. Fang Ping, I've honed my bones once. Fang Ping, I've done it earlier than you. Aren't I amazing? Ha ha ha, I've honed my bones once. Fang Ping rubbed his ears and said faintly, You're done for. Huh, you're only this tall now. I forgot to tell you that after honing your bones once, your head and body won't grow anymore. You're only this big. As Fang Ping said that, he chuckled. But this is good. You'll always be this big in the future, and your appearance won't change. It's very cute. Otherwise, if you continue to grow, you'll be ugly. That's good. I like it. The other side of the phone seemed to have fallen into a dead silence. I won't grow anymore. Fang Yuan murmured. She subconsciously gestured at her own size before she suddenly screamed in pain. I really won't grow anymore. Fang Ping, I hate you so much. Sob, sob, sob. I'm going to tell Mom and Dad that you bullied me. Fang Yuan was about to go crazy with anger. She yelled and cried into the phone. In the villa. Everyone turned to look at Fang Ping. This guy, he even bullies his own sister. They should be glad that he didn't beat the girls to death when he beat them up. Liang Huabao sighed. Look at his biological sister. She could bully someone over the phone until they broke down. What did it matter if the girls outside were beaten up by Fang Ping? Chun Yunqi's expression was a little strange. The girls who were not beaten to death by Fang Ping should be glad, right? Lu Fengru was speechless. Seeing that Fang Ping was still teasing his sister, she yelled, All right, stop acting like this. You're so ridiculous. Fang Ping looked embarrassed. He laughed dryly and hurriedly said into the phone, I was just joking. How can I not grow anymore? I was just teasing you. You really cried. Fang Ping, you're too much. Fang Yuan continued to sob, but she did not believe Fang Ping. She continued to break down. I know. I'm sure I won't grow anymore. You've been telling me not to. So you didn't tell me on purpose. I saw you fighting with Ling Yi from CCMAU last time. She must have honed once a long time ago, so she won't grow anymore. She's small and her chest is small too. I don't want that. Fang Ping, you're bullying me. You big liar. Fang Ping's head was as big as a cow's. He was trapped in his own trap. After hearing that, he quickly coughed and said, Ling Yi is a special case. Not everyone is like that. She'll definitely grow. A few of my female classmates are thick and strong, like cows. At that moment, Chen Yunqi, Zhao Xuemei, Lu Mingyao, and the others all lowered their heads and glanced at each other. After a while, they all tacitly stayed silent. It could not be them, right? Liang Fenghua and the others could not hold it in any more. They could only say it here. If they went out and said it, was Fang Ping not afraid of being destined to be alone for life? After a while, Fang Ping finally calmed Fang Yuan down. After hanging up, he saw everyone looking at him. He laughed dryly and said, It's nothing, it's nothing. It's a happy occasion. My sister has honed her bones for the first time. She's a genius, just like me. Sigh, it's passed down in the family. Lu Fengru rolled her eyes at him. What a ridiculous guy. It was obviously a happy occasion, but he almost scared his sister to death. How could he be such a brother? How old is your sister? 15, Fang Ping said proudly. Although Round Face could not compare to him, he had honed his bones for the first time at 15. If he had a good aptitude, he could have completed his bone honing twice at 16. He became a martial artist at 17, took his Gaokao at 18 and entered university. He could be an upper stage or even peak rank 1 martial artist. If that was the case, it seemed that he was quite talented. It seemed that his previous evaluation of Fang Yuan had wronged him. Lu Fengru nodded slightly. Not bad, but don't break through to a martial artist too soon. What you said before was actually right. Once the bones are not fully developed, breaking through too early will indeed cause the bones to be fixed. It's better for girls. After 1 or 2 years, the bones will be set. Wu Quishan is short because he became a martial artist before he grew up. Fang Ping and the others laughed dryly. A rank 8 golden body powerhouse. Don't keep making fun of him. If everyone gets used to hearing it one day and spills it in front of Wu Quishan, you'll be beaten to death. Come to think of it, Wu Quishan did not seem too tall. Martial artists had sufficient vitality. Even if there was a difference between the North and the South, martial artists in the South were generally above 175 centimeters. Wu Quishan probably did not have that, right? Lu Fengru did not continue talking about Wu Quishan. She used the topic to continue. In the past few years, everyone's vitality has increased faster. Everyone's physique is improving. It's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. Everyone was silent. It was a good thing that everyone's physique was becoming stronger. The source of this change was the increase in the number of catacombs passageways. The passageways emitted energy particles. This was also one of the main reasons why everyone's physique was becoming stronger. It was a good thing that the new generation was becoming stronger. The only problem was that there was no time for them to grow. Forget it. We don't have to worry about these things. Lu Fengru shook her head. If one was not a grandmaster, it was useless to worry about these things. Fang Ping, your main goal now is not to increase your cultivation, but to consolidate and digest. Don't be too hasty about honing your heart. Take it slow. You've cultivated the flight step well, but you still need to learn a few high-ranked combat techniques. For now, focus on cultivating combat techniques. Fang Ping nodded. Lu Fengru talked about the others. Zhao Xuemei and Chun Yunqi's goal was to achieve upper stage rank 3 as soon as possible. Combat techniques were secondary. Lu Mengyao and Liang Huabao, on the other hand, emphasized on combat techniques and cultivation. Liang Fenghua, who was at rank 4, also focused on building celestial bridges. Finally, Lu Fengru looked at Yi Qing. After a pause, she said, Yi Qing, you're a peak rank 3 martial artist now. Have you considered taking a trip down the path of invincibility? Yi Qing was silent for a moment. He said, Instructor, I'm not confident. Fang Ping smiled. Brother Yi, it's actually quite simple. The martial artists outside are all bragging. I can fight 5 of them alone. I suggest you take a trip. It's not a big deal. Yi Qing's expression darkened. Did he really think he was a 3-year-old? Lu Fengru did not force him. She smiled. It's up to you. It doesn't matter if you take the trip or not. Accumulate at peak rank 3 for a while. I don't expect you to build many celestial bridges when you break through rank 4, but I think 2 or 3 should be enough. Yi Qing's strength was not bad. His mentality was not weak either. He was only a rank 3, but his mentality had already reached 350 hertz. When he broke through to rank 4, it might reach 400 hertz. Compared to the average martial artist, Yi Qing was much stronger. After instructing the students about their studies, Lu Fengru asked Fang Ping to stay. After a moment of silence, Lu Fengru said, Go to the 2nd floor of the combat techniques room when you're free. Fang Ping suddenly realized something. He laughed dryly. Instructor, I don't think that's a good idea. I'll be beaten to death by the 3 high grandmasters. Lu Fengru glanced at him. After a while, she said, Forget it. I can find it, even without a map. Fang Ping said immediately, Why are you in such a hurry? Even if you don't go to the energy mine, I think you'll break through to grandmaster soon. Lu Fengru waved her hand. She did not say much and gestured for him to leave. Forcefully integrating essence, spirit, and soul might not be successful. This also meant that after her mentality materialized, she might not be able to become a high-ranked powerhouse. Of course, it was only a guess for now. She would think about it when the time came. After leaving Lu Fengru's place, Fang Ping spent the next few days cultivating his combat techniques while attending the language classes organized by the university. There were no experts in this field in MCMAU. The language experts came from the Ministry of Education. Humans and the catacombs had been fighting for many years. Both sides did not communicate with each other. Even if they captured some catacombs humans, these people would not say anything. Forcefully hypnotizing or intimidating the catacombs' powerhouses would cause them to enter a state of brain death. However, after so many years of interaction, there was still some progress. In the classroom, the white-haired old expert explained to everyone, word by word. In the classroom, there were not only students but also many instructors, including Big Lion. Fang Ping sat beside Big Lion, watching Big Lion take notes seriously. Sometimes he would feel vexed and laugh uncontrollably. While the old expert was taking a tea break, Fang Ping whispered, "Instructor Tang, sometimes you don't have to force yourself to learn things that you don't like. Just kill them if you encounter them. I don't think it's necessary for you to memorize everything by rote." Tang Feng's expression darkened. Fang Ping laughed again. "Or you can become a grandmaster quickly. Grandmaster powerhouses have strong mentality. They'll remember everything after listening to it once. Although I'm not a grandmaster, but instructor, I've learned most of it after listening to it once. If there's anything you don't understand, I can teach you." Fang Ping. Tang Feng's expression darkened. He said in an unfriendly tone, "Do you know the consequences of provoking a peak rank 6 martial artist?" Fang Ping protested, "Teacher, what are you saying? Why would I provoke you? Am I that kind of person? I see that you're learning hard and understand your difficulties. That's why I'm spending my spare time to tutor you. Cut the crap." Tang Feng glared at him. He thought for a while and said suddenly, "When will your rank 1 martial arts competition start?" "Soon. If next month doesn't work, then in November. I'll definitely hold it. Help Tang win register." Fang Ping laughed. "Tang win his only upper stage rank 1. She'll be peak rank 1 soon." Tang Feng continued, "Arrange more missions for Tang Win. Don't let her participate in the championship. There are many missions to exterminate evil sect martial artists. Arrange a few more for her." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Was Big Lion trying to trick his daughter? "We'll see. Instructor Tang, I think it's hard to be your daughter." Tang Feng snorted softly and glanced at him. This brat was very arrogant now. He ignored Fang Ping. Seeing that the old expert had finished his break, Tang Feng continued to listen to the class attentively. Fang Ping did not continue speaking. He still had to pay attention in class and learn some catacombs language. At least he would not be tricked. For example, the next time he provoked a catacombs martial artist, he would know what to say. "Yanioxi," Fang Ping said it in a non-standard transliteration, not daring to provoke Big Lion. He stared at Zhao Lei beside him and frowned. Zhao Lei did not look at him. "If you want to provoke me, then so be it. If I ignore you, there's no point in provoking you. When my strength increases, I won't need you to provoke me. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Sigh, my hands are itching." Fang Ping sighed. In the past, Zhao Lei was like a porcupine. He did not need to provoke him too much. Just a few words of provocation, and the two of them would go for a round in the training room. That would be a satisfying fight. Now his strength had improved too quickly. Zhao Lei was actually not provoked. If I improve a little more, I can find Qin Fengqing in the future to satisfy my cravings. Fang Ping muttered. That guy was also asking for a beating. He heard that he had been soliciting sponsors recently and had caused him a lot of trouble. He had no intelligence at all. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. No, That guy was probably doing it on purpose. The moment he came, he said, "The Martial Arts Society president, Fong Ping, asked me to come." Chapter 294. As the catacombs language class progressed, Fong Ping gained a deeper understanding of the catacombs. According to our many years of investigation and judgment, the catacombs world can most likely be regarded as a circular plane world. Although the old expert was a language expert, studying language meant that he had to study everything about the catacombs to deduce the meaning of language based on their situation. As he said that the old expert drew a circle on the blackboard. Then he drew some shadows on the periphery of the circle. Outside this circular continent is the sea, a boundless sea with no end. The area of this circular continent is immeasurable because the geographical distribution of the catacombs entrances is not very useful as a reference. The periphery of the circular continent is divided into territories. The old expert drew another circle in the middle of the circle, his eyes slightly burning. These territories are actually the Magic City Catacombs, Capital City Catacombs, Tiananmen Catacombs. They're connected to each other, but not connected at the same time. Or rather, there might be a barrier between them. However, in the center of the continent, there is another huge territory. Let's assume that it is the Central Territory. The most likely way for the catacombs to connect is through the Central Territory. In other words, if we want to go from one catacombs to the next, it will not work if we go both ways. We can only go deeper, deep into the Central Territory. At this time, we might be able to open up a passageway to the other catacombs through the Central Territory. The powerhouses that we often talk about in the depths of the catacombs are most likely powerhouses from the Central Territory. Everyone listened carefully. They really did not have a clear concept of these things. Because the catacombs were too dangerous, non-Grandmaster martial artists could only wander around the periphery. Going deep into the catacombs meant death. Even if a Grandmaster powerhouse went deep into the catacombs and disappeared without a trace, it would not be surprising. All these years, it was not that humans had not thought of going deep into the catacombs, but every time they went deep, they would face great danger. Even if a rank 9 powerhouse went deep into the catacombs, there was a high chance that they would not return. Fong Ping raised his hand. When the old expert nodded, he asked immediately, "Teacher, can I understand that the catacombs humans we met now are actually a group of poor people in the periphery of the catacombs world? They attacked Earth and wanted to open the passage because they couldn't enter the Central Territory, but they weren't willing to be ruled by the Central Territory. They wanted to open up a new world as a way out or a colony." The old expert pondered for a moment before saying, "I can't be sure if they are poor. I can't be sure if the central region is more prosperous and powerful. Currently, human footprints were unable to penetrate deep into the central region, and there was actually a barrier between the periphery and the central region. It's a huge mountain range that stretches as far as the eye can see. The inner ring that I drew might be the real situation of this mountain range, blocking the communication between the inside and the outside. Inside the mountain were countless powerful catacombs monsters. We believe that there should be a safe passage between the outside and the outside world. However, this safe passage is guarded by experts from the central region. There were many rank 9 powerhouses. As for why the humans in the catacombs attacked Earth, we have come up with a few theories in the past few years. Firstly, as you said, they hope to open up a new world, a safe new world. Compared to the catacombs, Earth is actually much safer. Here, there were no rampaging demonic beasts, and there were no terrifying danger zones. Here, there was no need to worry about being attacked by demonic beasts at any time, and there was no need to struggle for survival. However, this point is somewhat different from the theory of the catacombs merging. According to the prediction, once there are too many passages, the final outcome may be that they will merge. Once they merge, then the theory of safety will no longer be tenable. Secondly, it's pure aggression. After discovering the New World and realizing that the humans in the New World are not strong, it's also very normal for them to invade Earth. After all, many years ago, humans were indeed not strong, and grandmasters were few and far between. At that time, if they could open up the passage, Earth would almost be in their pocket. Thirdly, there may be something on Earth that will be of great benefit to them. The old expert said hesitantly, whether it's true or not, I can't judge. However, in my opinion, the possibility of the third point is actually higher. Because if it's for invasion or expansion, there's no need to kill everyone on sight. As for the catacombs martial artists, when they rush into the human world, they almost don't hesitate. They kill everyone on sight. They don't even think about taking captives. A few old friends and I had a judgment that we're not too sure about. That is, there is something on Earth that they are determined to get. Killing people, perhaps for sacrifice. Perhaps there's a reason for massacring local residents. Of course, in the beginning, they may have thought that humans are weak and did not consider negotiating with us. Their goal is to exterminate humans. However, they underestimated the strength and potential of humans. Coupled with the development of modern weapons, when some of the catacombs martial artists rushed out of the passage, they were actually not killed by martial artists, but by the hands of technology. After that, the old expert hesitated again, thinking for a while before saying, after that, the catacombs humans may have also thought of breaking through the human defense line from within. I've always guessed that the current cult founders may be some of the powerhouses who entered the catacombs back then. These people may have been in the catacombs back then and had contact with the higher-ups of the catacombs, even negotiating with them. Perhaps they're the ones who truly know the catacombs' goal. However, the founders of these cults are very well hidden. The old expert's expression was slightly ugly as he said, "Cult martial artists and human martial artists are actually the same as long as they don't reveal their purpose. There's no way to tell them apart. These people may be hiding right beside us, and they may even be occupying high positions. However, because they're weak, they dare not show themselves, or they're plotting something." Now, some of the cult martial artists we've killed, including the higher-ups of the cults, were actually people who did not enter the catacombs. They joined the cult later on, or they were simply the cult's own brainwashed and cultivated pawns. We've never been able to find the true core. Seeing that his words made everyone's expression change, the old expert laughed again. Of course, there's no need to worry too much. Even if my guess is correct, these people are the minority, and they won't be the true higher-ups of humanity. This is because the true higher-ups of humanity have gone through hundreds and thousands of vetting procedures. Moreover, the cults have been around for many years. The founders back then are already old. The leaders of humanity are usually chosen from the middle-aged and middle-aged generation. Seeing that, the old expert laughed again and changed the topic. Apart from the 3 points above, there's actually another conclusion. That is for Earth itself. Earth itself? Yes. In the vast universe, there are countless planets, moons, planets, and stars. However, after so many years of exploration, Earth is the only planet that has life. This is actually enough to prove Earth's uniqueness. As for the catacombs world, you've realized that they don't have the concept of planets or stars. There's a high chance that the catacombs world is not a planet because the catacombs are too big. If it really is a planet, due to the difference in environmental gravity, humans may not be able to survive there. To the catacombs world, Earth may be a unique product. Before, there was the integration theory. I think it's better to change it to the sacrifice theory or the devouring theory. Perhaps the catacombs world wants to devour Earth. If the devouring is successful, perhaps the energy concentration of the catacombs world will skyrocket, or perhaps it will turn from a lifeless body into a living one. Earth actually has life. It has a period of exhaustion, which means that it has life and a lifespan. The catacombs world may not have that. The old expert was getting excited. He did not care what the others thought. He continued, humans, including those from the catacombs, are actually pursuing evolution. The evolution of life. What if the catacombs world itself is also pursuing evolution? Perhaps the catacombs world is lonely and lifeless. However, since there are living beings such as catacombs, humans, and monsters in the catacombs world, it also means that it has a certain uniqueness. Or perhaps in the catacombs world, a group of powerhouses who have reached the end of their evolution path faced a situation where there is no way forward and suddenly had a strange idea. They thought that by devouring Earth and giving life to the catacombs world, they could go further. All of this is not impossible. In our opinion, the appearance of the catacombs passageways is not something that the catacombs martial artists we've encountered so far can do. The individual passageways can be seen as coincidences. However, when these passageways appear in an orderly manner, it may not be a coincidence. As for why those powerhouses have not appeared until now, perhaps they are waiting for an opportunity, perhaps there are some restrictions, or perhaps the catacombs powerhouses are keeping each other in check and are not of one mind. The catacombs world's attitude towards the human world is actually somewhat subtle. Some catacomb cities will take the initiative to attack Earth, while most cities will just watch from the sidelines. We can also understand that these cities actually do not belong to a single force. Those cities that are watching from the sidelines may belong to those powerhouses who have different opinions. In recent years, there have been cases of cities working together within the catacombs. We can also deduce that some powerhouses who were not clear about their attitudes before are now gradually coming to a consensus, which is why there is a trend of a joint attack. If these judgments are correct, then perhaps more powerhouses will come to a consensus in the future. If that is the case, then the situation in the catacombs will become even more dangerous. Those cities that were watching from the sidelines before may join the war one after another. What the old expert said was, in fact, almost without any real evidence. It was just his and some of his friends' conjectures. However, everyone's expressions were still somewhat unpleasant. If the old expert's judgment was correct, then the situation would worsen further, just like Magic City catacombs. Out of the 13 cities, everyone was only facing 2 of them now. If these cities joined the camp one after another in the future, then the situation would be extremely bad. Fong Ping exhaled softly and asked again, "Instructor, then have our human powerhouses ever considered talking to the catacombs powerhouses?" "Of course they have." The old expert nodded, then shook his head and said, "But it didn't go too smoothly. In the catacombs, there is a clear hierarchy. The weak might not even know the inside story, and they have no right to negotiate. When powerhouses encounter humans, their first reaction is to kill the human powerhouses. Even if they are no match for them, they will soon be surrounded and attacked by a group of catacombs powerhouses. Maybe they feel that humans are not qualified to negotiate with them, or maybe they are not in the mood to negotiate, or maybe they are deliberately not negotiating." Fong Ping was stunned. One of the instructors could not help but say, "Deliberately not negotiating? Why?" The old expert laughed and said, "To train. The catacombs powerhouses are actually not idiots. If our people die, won't their people die? But they see it more indifferently. To them, fighting with humans might be like training with a group of uncivilized aborigines. From then on, their powerhouses will stand out and march into the central territory. In their eyes, humans might be the best training targets." This was also a guess. The catacombs opened so many passageways, maybe it was not that complicated at all. It was just purely for training. Their territories are not connected. Cities in the same territory might belong to the same force. Instead of killing their own people, they might as well kill humans and train powerhouses. They might really be treating Earth as a training ground. Under these circumstances, why would they negotiate? As for rushing to the surface and killing humans, there's an explanation. It's to force us to improve faster, or simply to change us from the path of technological development to self-evolution. Everyone knows about the changes in the past few years. Humans now walk on 2 legs. 100 years ago, martial artists were already on the decline. The old experts, maybe, and probably were all statements of uncertainty. Fang Ping felt a headache listening to him. He could not help but say, "Haven't we tried to send some spies to infiltrate the inner circle to find out more information?" The old expert could not help but laugh. "Do you think that a cat can infiltrate the inner circle of a dog to understand the dog's thoughts? Of course, this is just an analogy. Humans and the catacombs humans may look the same, but they are actually not the same race. Firstly, the language barrier. Of course, this is being overcome now. Secondly, the aura is different. Actually, everyone who enters the catacombs should know this. Although we and the catacombs martial artists are both called martial artists, our cultivation paths are different. We actually cultivate vitality force, while the other party can also be seen as vitality force, but in reality it's energy force. This point, when one reaches the high rank stage, is actually all interconnected. When one reaches the high rank, vitality force, energy force, and mentality are actually all interconnected. It's not that human grandmaster powerhouses have never thought of infiltrating the other party's inner circle. However, if you wanted to conceal your unusual aura, you would have to use a high-ranked technique. However, the appearance of an unfamiliar high-ranked was like the sudden appearance of a completely unfamiliar grandmaster in the human world. What would you think of that? If you do not conceal it, then you will be discovered very quickly. However, these are all cities. In fact, in some of the gathering places outside the cities, there are still human powerhouses who conceal their aura and carry out concealment. Today, in terms of the language barrier being overcome, it has a lot to do with them. However, the gathering places outside the cities know too little. The government still has some information, but it's not of much help to us. The catacombs have a strict hierarchy, and communication is not as advanced as we are. The information they know is nothing more than who the city lord is, who the powerhouses are, and so on. These are all useless. During the class, the old expert said a lot of things. However, Fang Ping felt that it was actually not of much help to him. Moreover, the old expert was only a language expert after all. He was not a grandmaster, nor was he in the upper echelons of the human race. Fang Ping guessed that the government might know more information, but they did not disclose it to the public. After all, if one was not a grandmaster, they could only wander around the periphery. How much they knew did not affect the overall situation. Perhaps there was some information that would make people panic. Everyone collectively kept quiet. Just like martial artists, they also hid information about the catacombs from ordinary people. The only thing that Fang Ping found useful was actually some basic language in the catacombs. The next time he entered the catacombs, he could try to communicate with the other party in a friendly manner. As the class ended, the Martial Arts Society called after class. Qin Fengqing and the others had returned. When Fang Ping heard this, he immediately ran to the Martial Arts Society. Chapter 295. Halfway there, Fang Ping put the old expert's words to the back of his mind. He would wait until he became a grandmaster and had the chance to understand more. Knowing all this now was useless. Even if the sky fell, the grandmasters would hold it up. Martial Arts Society. Qin Fengqing crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair, ordering Qin Yunqi around. "Go, get me another cup of tea. It's cold." I say, why did Fang Ping find a pretty face to be the office director? I remember Zhou Yan is quite efficient. Qin Yunqi did not attend today's class. Hearing Qin Fengqing's disdain, Qin Yunqi blushed slightly. She hurriedly helped to clean up the teacups, too embarrassed to retort. Fang Ping heard this as he entered the door and said with a smile, "Yunqi, your grandfather is looking for you outside. I heard that grandmasters can hear ants running hundreds of meters away." Qin Fengqing's expression changed. He said reluctantly, "Are you trying to scare me?" Fang Ping seemed to have just seen him and said in surprise, "What?" You said Vice Chancellor Qin is here and you're trying to scare me?" You're crazy. Fong Ping said impatiently, What's the use of scaring you? Yunqi, you go first. Take good care of your grandfather. Chun Yunqi believed him and said quickly, Then I'll go first. Really? Why didn't Grandpa tell me in advance that he's coming? Having said that, Chun Yunqi hurried out. Fong Ping thought for a while and said suddenly, Don't say that Qin Fengqing ordered you around later. Don't take it seriously if he says you're a pretty face. Does his pretty face have rank 3 strength? After all, he's the vice president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society. Your grandfather is the vice chancellor of SCMAU. If things get out of hand, it won't be a good thing. Chun Yunqi nodded quickly. I won't say anything. If Vice Chancellor Chen hears this, please persuade him not to take it to heart. Qin Fengqing has already opened his mouth. He still has to maintain the demeanor of a grandmaster. If he really can't do it, he can do it outside of MCMAU. He can't do it in MCMAU. Chun Yunqi looked anxious and nodded quickly. Then I'll go first. I won't let my grandfather enter the martial arts society. Having said that, Chun Yunqi ran out hurriedly. Qin Fengqing wanted to say something, but hesitated. He suddenly said, Sister Yunqi, I was just joking. I was just trying to motivate you. You did pretty well. Chun Yunqi did not reply. She had already walked out. Qin Fengqing felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He coughed softly and said, Fong Ping, you know me. I have a sharp tongue, but my heart is good. I'm just thinking about Chun Yunqi. Fong Ping said it as if it was true. He did not stop Chun Yunqi from running out. This made Qin Fengqing believe that Grandmaster Chen had really come. When he thought about how he had just called her a vase, then he remembered that the Chun family only had one daughter. Qin Fengqing's face turned pale. Bullying the Chun family's grandson was fine, but bullying old man Chen's granddaughter was a big deal. There was no guarantee that once he left MCMAU, he would really be beaten up by grandmasters. He wasn't afraid of getting beaten up. What he was afraid of was that he would often get beaten up. My mouth is really cheap. Qin Fengqing cursed in his heart. I have nothing better to do. Of all people I could scold. Why did I bother Chun Yunqi? Fong Ping chuckled. What are you talking about, Senior Qin? It's fine. Vice Chancellor Chen is a very nice person. He won't care about these things. All right, back to the main topic. How's the sponsorship this time going? Qin Fengqing was not in the mood to talk about this. Xia Lei, who had been acting like a wooden block, snorted. Idiot. As soon as he said that, Qin Fengqing and Fong Ping stared at him dangerously. Kid, who are you scolding? Xia Lei's expression was a little ugly. Then he said nothing. I won't say who I'm scolding. Qin Fengqing was a little suspicious now. After a while, Chun Yunqi shouted from outside the door, Fong Ping, my grandfather isn't here. I'll kill you. Qin Fengqing was furious. He stood up and was about to slash Fong Ping with his knife when Fong Ping suddenly shouted, Qin Fengqing, do you have the money to compensate? If you break something, it'll be tens of millions. Are you sure you want to do it? You're the one who started it. You'll pay for it all. As soon as he said that, Qin Fengqing wilted. Fong Ping, you're good. Qin Fengqing snorted, his eyes unfriendly. Just you wait. We're not done yet. Nonsense, of course not. You owe me tens of millions. Pay me back as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for me to teach you a lesson in your senior year. You've gone too far. Qin Fengqing was furious. In MCMAU, he had always been the one bullying others. Now he was the one being bullied. This was too despicable. Thinking back to the time when Zhang Yu was bullied by him, this kid Fong Ping was too arrogant. He was blatantly trying to make things difficult for him. Both of them stared at each other with sharp eyes. Xia Lei cursed again in his heart. Two idiots. Xia Lei could not be bothered to waste time with them. He said directly, This time I went to 27 companies and raised a total of 460 million Fong Ping did not wait for him to finish and scolded, "Are you an idiot?" For large corporations run by grandmasters and 23 corporations run by middle-ranked martial artists, you're telling me that you raised 460 million? Xiao Lei was practically gritting his teeth as he said angrily, "You said that grandmasters should not raise less than 50 million and middle-ranked martial artists 10 million. I did it. Fong Ping, don't go too far. I said the lowest standard. Did you really follow the lowest standard? The companies I picked for you are all profitable. There are so many graduates from MCMAU. These people I picked out, their children would need millions to tens of millions to buy a car. Are you idiots? Unless your children and grandchildren don't go to MCMAU in the future, this amount of money won't even fill the gaps between your teeth." "Oh, right. Some of these people's children are now studying in MCMAU. Give me the list of names and the funds you raised later. If you don't pay enough, rank 3 will be sent to the catacombs." Xia Lei's face twitched. He said in a muffled voice, "You've offended everyone by doing this. What's there to be afraid of?" Fong Ping said disapprovingly, "I'm not stuffing my own pockets. Many of MCMAU's instructors and students died in battle this year. Their children and grandchildren are still alive. Don't you have any idea? When it comes to dangerous missions, they care about their reputation and don't let those people go. If they really have MCMAU and humanity in their hearts, they should bleed for even the slightest bit of affection. If my sister is in MCMAU, to put it bluntly, if I'm stingy and the people from MCMAU come looking for me, I'll bleed a little. What's a few tens of millions? If they're so capable, tell their descendants to go home and never come to MCMAU. Otherwise, when I arrange missions in the future, these people will all go to the front line. Why should they have special rights? This includes Chun Yunqi. I'll talk to Vice Chancellor Chen later. If he doesn't sponsor 1 or 200 million, I'll arrange for Chan Yunqi to go to the grinder right now. The grinder can grind others, but it can also grind their children." After Fong Ping scolded for a while, everyone quietened down. Chen Yunqi, who was standing at the door, bit her lip and did not interrupt. Fong Ping did not care about this. He snorted and looked at Qin Fengqing, saying, "How much do you have?" 500 million. Useless. Qin Fengqing said impatiently, "You make it sound so simple. If they don't want to give, can you still force them? You don't know how to use your brains at all. Those fellows who went with you are also idiots, and they're the most outstanding business students in the School of Social Sciences. A bunch of idiots." Fong Ping cursed. Both sides added up, it was less than 1 billion. And this was the total amount of funds raised by many grandmasters and close to 100 middle-ranked martial artists. This time he was shameless, almost forcefully apportioning the funds. In the end, it was just this little. Did he really think that MCMAU was lacking this 1 billion or 800 million? Exhaling, Fong Ping said, "Give me the name list." Qin Fengqing and Xiao Lei each took out a name list. Fong Ping glanced at it, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. "Senior Zhang, hello. I'm Fong Ping from MCMAU. I'm sorry to disturb you. President Xia came back today and said that you've generously donated 12 million to the school. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful. I thank you on behalf of all the MCMAU students and instructors. Oh, right, in order to express our gratitude, the school has decided that from now on, the school's munitions factory will no longer import raw materials from your side. After all, you've been operating at a loss. The school will feel bad." Under everyone's stunned gazes, Fong Ping smiled and declined. 50 million is too much. I really don't need it. Why do you have to do this, Senior Zhang? All right then. I thank you on behalf of everyone in the school for your support, Senior Zhang. After hanging up, Fong Ping glanced at Xia Lei. Xia Lei said gloomily, 50 million? Yes, an additional 50 million. Senior Zhang. He doesn't have any children in school. Most of the raw materials for the school's munitions factory are imported from his side. But I've checked. He really doesn't earn any money. Every year, he supplies to the school at cost price. Otherwise, the school wouldn't purchase from him. Fong Ping said impatiently, "Who told you that he earns money from the school?" The key is that he uses MCMAU's name and his identity as an MCMAU graduate. Plus, he supplies raw materials to MCMAU. That's why he's involved in the weapons manufacturing company. Every year, he earns at least a few $100 million. After so many years, how much has he earned? It's all from MCMAU. Do you really think that I'll just give you materials and let you go to my door and ask for money? Did I let those seniors in the military department who didn't rely on MCMAU to make a fortune? The ones I'm looking for now are all people with connections, including those few grandmasters. How do you think they became grandmasters? When the old vice-chancellor was around, he taught them step by step like he was his own son. Now they're doing this to me. Don't look for them one by one. Spread the news about John and explain the additional $100 million donation. Make a big deal out of it. I'll see where those people's faces will be. Forget about adding more. But for those who don't, note down the list. Do they really think that once they graduate, they have nothing to do with MCMAU? All these years, MCMAU's instructors don't do anything. The old vice-chancellor is the most sentimental person. He turns a blind eye to everything. These people used MCMAU's name to make a fortune. In the end, so many MCMAU instructors and students died in battle this year, but not many of them thought about repaying the school. Fong Ping cursed a few times and finally said, "Also, tell those people with connections that MCMAU is preparing to take back all the school's assets." MCMAU actually had a lot of assets. The shares of the pill and weapons companies were actually a huge source of capital. However, MCMAU only participated in the dividends and did not participate in the actual management. Still, some MCMAU students took the opportunity to get some benefits. For example, the pill company's distribution channel. Other than the direct stores set up in some important cities, the rest of the pill and weapons manufacturing companies were all agents. Sino Nation was so big. Now that everyone was interested in martial arts, the demand for pills was increasing. Anyone who was involved in this kind of business would definitely make a lot of money. Other than that, some of the martial arts dojos with MCMAU's name did not have the right to use MCMAU's name to scare people. However, the school did not pursue the matter because they were graduates of the school. MCMAU is Sino Nation's golden name. How can I let others use this name? I didn't even dare to use it when I started a company. If they use it, then so be it. If they don't even remember the favor, then don't blame me for being rude. According to Fong Ping's plan, he was shameless enough to raise funds this time. It would not be acceptable if it was less than $3 billion. In the end, the difference between reality and his plan was too big, and it made him very angry. When martial artists started companies, especially martial artists from famous schools, it was rare that they did not make a lot of money. For the past 60 years in Magic City, which had an extremely strong atmosphere of commercialization, most MCMAU graduates went into business. These people had more or less taken advantage of MCMAU. Qin Fengqing and Xie Lei looked at each other. Qin Fengqing frowned slightly and said, "Kid, call me president." Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Let's not talk about this first. Are you sure you want to take back the school's assets? This matter involves a lot of things. Although I don't really care about these things, I know that it has formed a huge chain of interests. If you do this, not only the graduates outside the school, but some people in the school might not support you either. What are you afraid of? Is MCMAU short of money? Actually, not at all." Fong Ping shook his head and said, "MCMAU is actually very rich. Although our annual expenditure is huge, we are also generating profits. The government is also allocating funds. The pill and weapon companies are also paying dividends. Do you know how high the profits of the pill and weapon companies are? These two big companies, especially the pill company, source their materials from martial artists. The materials obtained by martial artists in the catacombs belong to them in the end. The price they buy them at is less than 20% of the selling price. The rest, other than the high taxes, is all profit. Why are martial artists so poor? Where does the money go? If martial artists can earn so much, easily hundreds of millions, why doesn't society have financial crises and inflation? Because of money, in the end, it still goes to the pill and weapon companies. Martial artists themselves, other than those who run businesses, rarely have extra money. Do you, Qin Fengqing, have money? Do you, Xiaolei, have money? What about money? You said you spent it on cultivation, buying pills and weapons, but these pills and weapons, the raw materials, were actually provided by you yourself. Moreover, it was a few times more in exchange for your cultivation resources. Fang Ping coughed lightly and said, "The topic is a little off topic. Anyway, rank 1 and 2 martial artists might still need some subsidies from the school. Rank 3 and 4 martial artists actually rely on themselves to earn their resources. The so-called subsidies from the school are only the school's idea. The truth is, even with subsidies, we are still at a loss. As for us, we have shares in these two big companies, yet we still have to worry about money. Why? Because we can't use it properly and we don't know how to fight for our rights. Of course, there are so many geniuses in MCMAU. Did no one think of it? Of course. But these people took advantage of the school's loopholes and took the money into their own arms. What I need to do now is to take back what belongs to MCMAU. The grandmasters don't care about them. Middle and lower-ranked martial artists dare to question me. Do they really think that no one can control them? MCMAU still has 3 high grandmasters." Qin Fengqing said faintly, "What if the 3 high grandmasters also participate?" Fang Ping said calmly, "So what if they participate? If the school takes it back, they will gain more. If they are not willing, then find someone who is willing to cooperate. If they are not willing, I will summon the old students back. More than 10 grandmasters are outside, taking charge of MCMAU. Moreover, it is MCMAU that controls all the rights. Tell me, will anyone be willing?" "Yes, there will definitely be. It's not like there are no rank 8 golden body powerhouses." Qin Fengqing's gaze deepened. He said softly, "Grandmasters, it is really not difficult to take care of a rank 4. For now, this is just your guess. Let's not talk about whether there is or not. Even if there is, I don't believe that all 3 of them are involved." As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly changed the topic. He coughed dryly and said, "Of course, this matter is not urgent. Wait a little longer. When I am a peak rank 6 or grandmaster, I will definitely do it. All the rights must be taken back. As for what I said earlier, once I leave this office, I will not admit it. If any of you want to tell on me, go ahead. I will tell my instructor in advance. If something happens to me, it will be the 2 of you. If something happens to me, you will be buried with me." Xiaolei let out a humph. Qin Fengqing was speechless. "What does this have to do with me? Besides, Instructor Liu is also someone who benefits from this. Don't forget, she has a separate bonus from the pill company." "Idiot. It is precisely because there is a separate bonus that it is not. I have checked. My instructor's shares come from her father. Back then, her father was one of the pioneers of the commercial monopolization of Sino-Nation's pills and weapons industries. He was also one of the grandmasters who supported nationalization. That is why he has these shares and bonuses. Moreover, it is only a bonus. Once the old man passed away, it will no longer be his. This is different from MCMAU's shares." As Fang Ping said that, he waved his hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. It is still too early to talk about this, but you guys just wait and see. Soon, MCMAU will be the richest and strongest among all the martial arts universities. Even CCMAU will not be able to compete. CCMAU's situation is even more complicated than ours. If there is no strong person to stand up and change everything, CCMAU will continue to go downhill. Also, I have thought about it. If the situation permits, MCMAU will open a recycling station in Hope City. In the future, all the gains of MCMAU instructors and students in the catacombs will belong to MCMAU. You are digging your own grave! Qin Fengqing could not help but start complaining. You are really digging your own grave. If you do this, the pill company, the weapon manufacturing company, and the energy company, the three major groups will cut you into pieces. Where did MCMAU's shares in these companies come from? It was because MCMAU's instructors and students were strong, providing them with an endless source of raw materials. What Fang Ping was doing now was touching their bottom line. Did he really think that powerhouses did not kill humans? Fang Ping laughed. That is not all. But I want to expand the scale of MCMAU's internal pill manufacturing production line. At the very least, it needs to be self-sufficient. The current MCMAU could not do this. A portion of the pills and weapons came from the two major companies. It may not work. Try and haggle. Anyway, I won't do it. Later, ask the Vice-Chancellor to do it. He is a rank 8 golden body powerhouse. If he can't handle such a small matter, how can he be in charge of MCMAU? Later, make this matter public and force the Vice-Chancellor to do it. Vice-Chancellor Wu will hack you to death. I'm not afraid. Fang Ping did not care. He turned his head to look at Chen Yunqi and said, Yunqi, later discuss with your grandfather. If MCMAU can't stay in MCMAU anymore, let me go to SCMAU to be the president of the Martial Arts Society, okay? If I go, SCMAU will catch up to MCMAU in 3 years and surpass CCMAU in 5. Chen Yunqi's face turned red. These words, how could you say it? Fang Ping said it as if he was joking. Before he left, he muttered, MCMAU has a lot of drawbacks. How can we not reform? Everyone saw it, but no one moved. I must eat crabs. There was no other way. Those who reaped the benefits did not have him. In this day and age, if one wanted to do well, one had to kick away a group of people who reaped the benefits. Otherwise, there would be no opportunities for young people. He said so much today to arouse the interest of Qin Fengqing and the others. After a few more years, everyone would become grandmasters. The world would be theirs. As for the catacombs crisis, only the strong had the right to talk about solutions to the crisis. What right did the weak have to worry about these things? After Fang Ping left, Qin Fengqing and Xia Lei fell into a dead silence in the office. Fang Ping, this fellow, became the president. He was completely different from Zhang Yu. He wanted to meddle in everything. If he did this, he would earn big if he won. If he lost, it would be very tragic. Chapter 296. MCMAU's fundraising from their old alumni had caused quite a commotion. The news of Jade Bao Corporation's boss Zhang donating 12 million and adding another 100 million spread like wildfire. Originally, Jade Bao Corporation's boss Zhang only said to add another 50 million. However, when the news spread, the 50 million soon became 100 million. The other party did not hesitate at all. They did not even ask if MCMAU's publicity was wrong. They were all smart people, so no one should treat the other as a fool. In the Martial Arts Society, more than 10 rank 2 and 3 martial artists were notified not to go to the championship and not to open the martial arts dojos anymore. They had to make preparations in the near future to go to the catacombs and carry out missions on their own without the protection of instructors. They had to go by force. Anyone with a discerning eye would know what MCMAU meant, or rather, what Fang Ping meant. Principal's office. Although the two grandmasters, Wu Quishan and Huang Jing, were very busy, they took the time to gather together. Opposite him, Fang Ping stood ramrod straight. Principal, Dean, the fundraising this time was extremely successful. A total of 1,668 graduates from all walks of life gave their greatest support. According to the statistics, we have already raised 68 billion yuan. Huang Jing sighed softly. He said, "Previously, when you sent people to collect donations, I supported it. But after that, there are already many graduates and schools who have given feedback. Fang Ping, forcing some people to go to the catacombs is against the rules." Rules? Fang Ping chuckled. In MCMAU is the rule. They keep saying that the situation in the catacombs is tense. If others can go down there, why can't they? Huang Jing shook his head again, but did not say anything. Wu Quishan did not continue on this topic. Instead, he said in a low voice, "You want to expand MCMAU's pill and weapon production scale?" Yes. MCMAU currently has a total of 6,580 students. Among them, there are close to 2,000 aspiring martial artists for 1,000 rank 1 martial artists and more than 500 rank 2 martial artists. Based on the lowest standards, aspiring martial artists consumed 1 normal vitality pill every month, which was the minimum requirement for cultivation. A rank 1 martial artist had to consume a rank 1 vitality pill every month. This was also the lowest requirement. In other words, MCMAU had to produce 2,000 normal vitality pills for 1,000 rank 1 pills and more than 500 rank 2 pills every month to meet the university's needs. In fact, it's far from enough. Fang Ping shook his head. Why do MCMAU students improve so quickly? Elixirs were the only way to speed up the cultivation of the 3 lower ranks. They had no way to actively absorb energy particles, so there was no way to convert them. So elixirs had become a necessity. In my opinion, everyone should have 1 pill of the same grade every 10 days. This is the embodiment of not wasting, completely digesting, and maximizing efficiency. This means that MCMAU has to provide the students with 6,000 normal vitality pills, 12,000 rank 1 vitality pills, and 2,000 rank 2 vitality pills every month. The 2 principals were already in a dilemma. What did this mean? The selling price in the outside world was 100,000 yuan per normal vitality pill, 300,000 yuan for rank 1, and 700,000 yuan for rank 2. Of course, that was the price set by the outside world. If calculated according to this value, MCMAU would have to provide 6 billion worth of pills every month, which was far from enough. There were still rank 3 and 4 martial artists, including instructors, who needed to cultivate too. Middle-ranked martial artists actually did not use pills much. At this time, vitality pills were no longer the main pursuit of middle-ranked martial artists. A rank 4 martial artist's vitality limit was 2,000 calories. A rank 5 martial artist's vitality limit was at least 4,000 calories. At rank 6, the vitality limit was even higher, reaching up to 10,000 cal. At this time, what you actually needed to consider was not whether you had enough vitality. When powerhouses fought, the speed was extremely fast. Your vitality could not be used up at all, and you could be killed by someone or someone else. No one would waste their vitality with you at that time, unless they were really evenly matched. Other than vitality pills, there were also viscer-shielding pills, bone-honing pills, and so on. According to Fang Ping's request, MCMAU had to provide the university with pills worth more than 8 billion every month. The annual supply of pills was as high as 100 billion. The 2 grandmasters had strong mentality and quick thinking. Very quickly, Wu Quishan said, "According to your idea, the pills that MCMAU needs to produce every year have a market price as high as 100 billion, and the cost price is also as high as 30 billion and above. You have to know that when rank 1 and 2 martial artists do missions or receive other rewards, they are actually subsidized by the university. When they complete the missions, they actually do not contribute to the university. When rank 1 and 2 martial artists do missions on the surface, It is nothing more than chasing down some martial artists who have committed crimes or killing some evil sect martial artists. However, these will not generate profits. Their mission bonuses, including credits, are actually subsidized by the university. Departments like the military department actually do not provide much. As for what is seized, it is also the student's own. Even if it is calculated according to the cost price, MCMAU will need to subsidize these martial artists more than $30 billion every year. The premise of all this is that MCMAU's internal production line expansion has to be approved. Wu Quishan continued, there are also weapons. Altogether, it will need at least $40 billion every year to be enough. As for the profits that the students bring to the university are very little. After all, there are not many rank 3 and 4 martial artists. Also, the university also has a lot of expenses every year. This includes the university's operations, the instructor salaries, the pensions of the victims, and the support of some of the sacrificed instructors and students' families. All in all, the annual expenses are also as high as $10 billion. This does not include the expenses of places like the vitality pool and the energy room, as well as some maintenance and upkeep of the pressure room, which are all sky-high. For high-ranked martial artists like us, our salaries are actually not paid by the university, but by the government. However, the middle-ranked instructors and some rank 5 and 6 instructors also have extremely high salaries and benefits. At the end of his sentence, Wu Quishan shook his head and said, according to what you're thinking, the university's annual expenses are at least $60 billion. If this goes on, I'm afraid the university will close down very soon. Fang Ping heard that and laughed. That's not necessarily true. Vice-Chancellor, how much does the government allocate to MCMAU every year? The government allocates up to $300 billion to martial arts universities every year. Wu Quishan said an extremely shocking number. The government allocates to martial arts universities every year actually reached up to hundreds of billions. One must know that martial arts universities did not have many students. Because of the continuous enrollment expansion of the 99 martial arts universities in the country in the past 2 years, the number of talents had increased significantly. Currently, there were about 120,000 students enrolled in 4 batches, or slightly more. Of course, this did not include instructors. If they were included, it should be more than 150,000. Apportioned per person, 2 million per person did not seem too much. After all, martial artists were big spenders. Wu Quishan continued, because MCMAU has many students, strong abilities, and high expenses, the allocation that MCMAU receives is second only to CCMAU. It's about $25 billion to $28 billion every year. As for MCMAU's dividends from the pill and weapon companies, in the past they were actually used to exchange for pills and weapons. Our own production scale is not large. Actually, there is no income from the pill and weapon companies. Some other industries, such as the martial arts dojo, are only a drop in the bucket. In a year, MCMAU's income is about $30 billion. In the past, the expenses were actually about the same, which was why MCMAU's operations were barely maintained. If we follow your thinking, the gap is too big. Fang Ping frowned. Our shares in the pill and weapon companies are only exchanged for a little bit of pills and weapons. Huang Jing explained, let's put it this way. According to the market price, the value of the pills and weapons we subsidize to the university every year is as high as $40 billion. The university provides half, the 2 major companies provide the other half. You're talking about the market price. In other words, they provide pills and weapons with a market price of $20 billion, and the cost price is also about $5 to $6 billion. This is the annual dividend and profit that we get from the 2 major companies? Huang Jing nodded slightly. Seeing that Fang Ping looked very dissatisfied, he could not help but laugh. Kid, do you really think that the 2 major companies are opened by us? It's actually not bad that they can give so much. Now, your idea is to build a campus production line with annual sales of more than $100 billion. which means that you need to expand the scale by 5 times. If you want to fulfill this requirement, it also means that in the future, all of MCMAU's gains, including the instructors, must be provided to the university. A sales scale of 100 billion means that you need to provide at least 20 billion worth of raw materials. Currently, the university's annual harvest is actually about this much. If you do this, the pill and weapon companies will definitely not agree, and they will not give us any more shares. You know what I mean. The few major companies gave MCMAU shares and dividends because MCMAU students and instructors would provide almost all of their gains in the catacombs to them. If they did not provide it now, then why should they give MCMAU shares? However, Fong Ping shook his head and said, "Dean, you can't calculate it like this. If we expand the scale, the students' abilities will be stronger and the gains will be more. In addition, now that the situation has worsened, maybe even rank 2 martial artists will have to enter the catacombs in the future. If that's the case, our gains will also increase greatly. If our abilities can double, then we can be considered self-sufficient and we can still provide the few major companies with the same amount of raw materials. This is actually not in conflict." Wu Quishan said in a low voice, "So you're determined to expand the school production line?" "No, MCMAU is determined to do so." Fong Ping said calmly, "Everything I do is for MCMAU. Otherwise, I don't lack these things. I don't lack money, and I don't lack pills to cultivate. My cultivation speed is also extremely fast. I'm a rank 4 martial artist, and I'm not the vice-chancellor of MCMAU. Everything I do today is for the university, for my classmates, and for my instructors. I just don't want to see everyone go to the catacombs and die in vain because they're not strong enough. The 2 vice-chancellors have also just taken office. The old vice-chancellor sacrificed himself in the catacombs, and MCMAU is in a period of progress. If we don't fight for it now, when will we fight for it? Do we have to wait until the day when the vice-chancellor or the dean also go to the catacombs and die fighting in a foreign land before we ask for change?" Wu Quishan tapped the table lightly. After a while, he said slowly, "The government may not approve," Huang Jing continued. "The few major companies may play tricks." Fong Ping said angrily, "Then let them go to the catacombs to fight and die by themselves. You preach to us students that martial artists dare to fight, and we must fight. But now, our own cultivation is already a problem. What right do we have to fight? We call ourselves martial artists, we call ourselves the privileged class, but in reality, we're just a group of pitiful people walking on the edge of death. If we're not even afraid of death, what else is there to be afraid of? What do the few major companies treat us as? Do we work for free, using our lives and blood to exchange for some resources that are not even enough to sustain our own cultivation? This is the reason for us to fight to the death. Don't mention protecting humans. We can't even protect ourselves. Who will protect us? Don't we have families and loved ones? Today they treat us as Tao, then we'll treat them as enemies. We're not asking for much. Is it against the law to supply our own harvest to the school? When facing foreign enemies, the ones who die are still low-level martial artists like us. Even the grandmasters who die in battle are just peripheral forces. If we don't reform today, don't blame us for not fighting for humanity in the future." As soon as Fong Ping said the last sentence, the 2 grandmasters shouted in unison, "Nonsense!" Fong Ping humphed. "It's nonsense, but it's also what I'm saying. Martial artists risk their lives, but they don't even have the resources to satisfy their own cultivation. What is this? The pill and weapon companies have earned so much money, but where is the money? Maybe it's not the money. We've provided so many resources, and they've produced at least 3 times the amount of pills and weapons that we've provided. Where have the remaining 60% of pills and weapons gone? Some of them have flowed into society, not that much." Fong Ping interrupted Huang Jing. Huang Jing glanced at him. After a while, he said, "Kid, did you calculate these figures yourself? or are you just making it up? It's a very simple statistic. I asked a few seniors who are interning in the pill and weapon companies, including some people who work in the military department. The loot from the catacombs is more than twice the cultivation resources that we're providing now. The military department has also used up a portion. The military department doesn't have a harvest every time they go into battle. Most of them are defending the city. But there's still some left. Huang Jing and Wu Quishan looked at each other. After a while, Huang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "You're really sharp when it comes to numbers. Actually, it's not a big secret. The central government has also trained a martial artist army, but they're just reserves. Do you think that every time a new entrance to the catacombs is opened, the military martial artists are really transferred from other places? You should be clear about this. Since you can calculate that there's a surplus of pills and weapons, can't you calculate how many martial artists are needed to be stationed at an entrance every few years?" Wu Quishan added, "On one hand, the mission of the 4 houses of guardians is to guard one place. On the other hand, it's also to train reserves. Of course, if you read it in depth, it can also be understood as checks and balances. You have to understand that people's hearts are unpredictable. The military department is powerful. It's understandable that the central government has divided the martial arts forces into a few major systems." Fang Ping exhaled. "Now I understand. I knew that people like us might not see everything. No matter what, the expansion of MCMAU's on-campus production line is imperative. What do the 2 vice-chancellors mean? I'm a rank for martial artist. I don't have the right to bargain. If the 2 vice-chancellors don't support it, then pretend I didn't say anything. What's a small rank for martial artist? It doesn't matter if I'm there or not. At most, we can bury more people in the southern cemetery and send more students' ashes back. I think the probability of me turning into ashes is not high. No matter how many casualties there are, it's none of my business." Huang Jing seemed to have a slight headache. He sighed softly. "Don't say it out of anger. We understand what you mean. The key is, rank 7 and 8 might not have much say. There were more than 30 rank 9 powerhouses in Sino Nation. Although MCMAU was not weak, it lacked such a strategic force. Guardian Wu, the Guardian of the South, from MCMAU, rank 9. He's a guardian. He's also a member of MCMAU. The old vice-chancellor groomed him like he was his son. He became a high grandmaster. The old vice-chancellor died in battle. If he doesn't admit it, then he'll be expelled from MCMAU. He won't be recognized as an MCMAU student." Wu Quishan was so angry that he laughed. He scolded, "I think your rank 4 is more ridiculous than a rank 9. This kid was only a rank 4. He dared to say that he would expel a rank 9 now. When he became a rank 9, would he not go to heaven? Fang Ping did not care. He said the same thing. "Everything I've done is for MCMAU. For MCMAU, I've offended a lot of seniors and a lot of middle and high-ranked powerhouses. What am I after? Just the position of the Martial Arts Society president. I'll say something embarrassing. I think I'll become a grandmaster soon. Why should I care about the lives and deaths of a bunch of low-ranked martial artists? Maybe the 2 vice-chancellors think the same. You don't have to provoke us." Wu Quishan waved his hand. He sighed. "I'll fight for this. It's not fighting. The barefooted are not afraid of those who wear shoes. If you don't treat low-ranked martial artists as human, then don't be human. You might as well go to the catacombs and have fun." "Are you scolding me indirectly?" Wu Quishan was really angry. Did this kid include all high-ranked martial artists in his words? Did he know what kind of consequences these words would bring? Huang Jing also said in a low voice, "Be careful with your words." Fang Ping was silent. After a moment, he said, "I'll leave first. I don't want to see MCMAU like this. I don't want martial artists like this either. Maybe because of the difference in status, the things we consider are different. I don't think as far as you Grandmaster powerhouses do. I only know that many classmates and instructors who could have survived are now dead in foreign lands. One day, when I become a Grandmaster, I don't know what I'll think. I only know that right now, I'm not willing to accept the current situation. Not everyone is Fong Ping. Not everyone can be like me, who can turn danger into safety. I just want to fight for what we should. I'm not taking advantage of others. Why is it so hard? Vice-Chancellor, Dean, Fong Ping has been presumptuous today. Thank you for listening, Grandmasters. After saying that, Fong Ping left in quick steps without looking back. In the office, the two Grandmasters fell silent. After a while, Wu Quishan sighed softly. Let's try, Huang Jing said in a low voice. We can try, but it'll be difficult. Once MCMAU changes, it's not just MCMAU alone. The other martial arts universities, that's their business. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. The only thing we can control is MCMAU. All right, then you and I will go to Capital City together today. Call Old Liu and gather a few Grandmasters who graduated from MCMAU. 10 high Grandmasters will go to Capital City together. Wu Quishan laughed suddenly. You're getting old. Have you really lost some of your hot-bloodedness? Or are you used to life and death, so you don't care anymore? Huang Jing could not help but laugh. He nodded and said, 10 high Grandmasters will go to Capital City together then. We can't just watch the students get the limelight. Ha ha ha. Chapter 297, September 14th. The 3 high Grandmasters of MCMAU, together with the 7 Grandmasters who had already graduated, made up a total of 10 people. They used Flight Step to travel 3,000 miles, heading straight for Capital City. The next morning, dozens of people soared into the sky from the border of the capital. The aura of a Grandmaster pervaded the entire capital. Macmao. When Fong Ping heard the news, his face stiffened. Motherf asterisk her, these old fellows must be crazy. I told you to fight for it, not to fight. You gathered the 10 great Grandmasters and flew to the capital. Aren't you afraid of causing chaos? When old Manly heard the news, he sighed in regret. Those old fools. They actually didn't bring me along when they went to pick a fight. Damn it, I was bullied the last time. This time, I brought a group of evolved Jing Masters to look for trouble. Damn it, this is a good opportunity to vent my anger. Old Manly was hopping mad. How could they not bring him along for something so awesome? Does he still have a conscience? If he were to go, he would go up and get rid of the bastard who suppressed him last time. No matter how bold CCMAU was, they would not dare to take the risk and do anything else. This is infuriating. The infuriated old man knew the whole story. He grabbed Fong Ping and gave him a good beating. To put it nicely, it was to cultivate his actual combat experience with middle-ranked martial artists. Fong Ping was even angrier than him. He was so angry that his face was black. Who did I offend? Old Man Li was too much. Now he was about to become a punching bag. Lu Fengru was not in a good mood and was looking for trouble with him. It was the same if Old Man Li was unhappy. Sometimes, when Big Lion was in a bad mood, he wanted nothing more than to beat him up. In addition, there were still 2 troublemakers in the martial arts society, Xia Lei and Qin Fengqing. The way they looked at him was not right either. Fong Ping wanted nothing more than to hang them up and beat them up one day when he became a Grandmaster. At the same time, Fong Ping was secretly determined to take revenge. Capital City. When they found out the purpose of the MCMAU Grandmaster's visit, some of the capital city's powerhouses nearly vomited blood in anger. Damn it! You're just here to apply for an expansion approval. Why are you making it sound like a world war? What do you want? Of course, as angry as they were, everyone knew what MCMAU meant. They came with the momentum of cutting off all means of retreat. The 10 great Grandmasters had arrived at the same time. They had to approve it whether they wanted to or not. The 10 Grandmasters stated the purpose of their visit without saying a word. The atmosphere was slightly tense. Zhang Tao, the head of the Ministry of Education and a grade 9 great grandmaster, who hadn't shown up for a long time, also had to show up. After listening to everyone from MCMAU, Zhang Tao said softly, "Even so, we can't ignore the rules and fly to capital city." Huang Jing chuckled and said, "Minister, we haven't reached the capital city yet." At the moment, the crowd stopped at the border between the capital city and Beha. Zhang Tao did not say much. He said in a low voice, "This matter needs to be settled through negotiation." A rank 8 golden body powerhouse who had graduated from MCMAU said loudly, "There's no need for that. Time and tide wait for no man. Today all of us are here. We want the results today. Are you threatening me? You can understand it this way, Minister Zhang. Martial arts universities belong to the Ministry of Education, but the big companies don't." The rank 8 powerhouses aura surged. He shouted, "MCMAU has suffered countless casualties this year. The Vice-Chancellor died in battle. Do you want to see MCMAU die together? Capital City has the humans' biggest city guarding it. What does MCMAU have? The Catacombs War had begun, and MCMAU instructors and students were all on the battlefield. Who dared to say that they did not dare to fight? The instructors' casualty rate is more than 10%. Every school is like this. Now that the Vice-Chancellor has passed away, MCMAU's power has declined. We've expanded the enrollment of new students. We can't make ends meet. We don't care about our reputation and reach out to all worlds. We've been criticized. Who has considered MCMAU's instructors and students? Other schools, including CCMAU, what are their battle rates and casualty rates? Last year, Tiannan Martial Arts University's Catacombs stronghold was destroyed. Their casualty rate was not as high as MCMAU's. Do geniuses deserve to die even more? If we don't answer today, we won't be able to face the entire school's instructors and students. Let's go to the catacombs and destroy a city first. Insolence. Dying in the catacombs is also insolence. Ridiculous. You, Zhang Tao, are the second rank 9. You don't worry about resources. Your children are all grandmasters. If you don't fight for the interests of martial arts universities, how can you be the Minister of Education? If you think I'm insolent, kill us today and continue to be your minister. Tianmu. Before Zhang Tao could speak, a rank 8 golden body powerhouse shouted, "Think before you speak. Don't you know the situation of Minister Zhang's children? It's just a son who died. What's the big deal? My siblings are all dead. My children are all dead. Is there a funeral?" Tianmu did not feel that what he said was inappropriate. He said loudly, "MCMAU instructors and students risk their lives. The resources obtained are self-sufficient. What's wrong with that?" Zhang Tao, who had not spoken earlier, did not dwell on what he said earlier. There was no point in arguing with this bastard. "Tianmu, everything has its rules." Zhang Tao said in a low voice, "Follow the procedure and wait for the results. Don't force the government to give you an answer. You do this, he does this. Today, MCMAU grandmasters are all going to Capital City to force the government to change their ways. In the future, others will follow suit. Before the catacombs can be solved, Sino Nation is already in chaos. Vice-Chancellor Wu, if you have any requests, you can speak them. We can discuss them. I will submit the request to the other departments and discuss it together. Now, all of you return to your posts." Wu Quishan chuckled. "Minister Zhang, it's not that we're forcing you. The situation forced us to do so. That's why we were a little impatient and didn't think through. MCMAU's situation is actually a special case. It's different from other places. Everyone knows about the situation in Magic City's catacombs. Recently, the catacombs have opened again, but MCMAU can't make ends meet. The instructors and students are fighting the enemy barehanded. If this goes on, we might as well close our doors. There's no need to mislead the students and send some bare-handed, young people to the battlefield. Everyone looked at Wu Quishan. This old schemer did not say this before. Who was the one who suggested that MCMAU recruit 8,000 to 10,000 people and send them into the catacombs at once? As soon as Wu Quishan finished speaking, a refined middle-aged man behind Zhang Tao said, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, MCMAU's situation is not that bad. We are still clear about the specifics. The pill company provides more than 10 billion pills to MCMAU every year," Wu Quishan chuckled. MCMAU instructors and students are grateful for the pill company supply, but it's too little. It's so little that the instructors and students are already extremely dissatisfied. If this goes on, MCMAU's morale will really fall apart. This time in Capital City, the expansion of MCMAU's production line is one of the main reasons. Secondly, we also want the external management rights for pills and weapons. There's no other way. MCMAU can't even afford to eat now. I hope we can have some gains and motivate the instructors and students to continue fighting in the catacombs. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Even on MCMAU's side, the Grandmaster's expressions changed. Wu Quishan's ability to ask for an exorbitant price was really extraordinary. Giving MCMAU the management rights for pills and weapons was no longer a simple matter of MCMAU instructors and students belonging to MCMAU. However, Wu Quishan was not finished. He continued, "Thirdly, MCMAU is lacking in instructors. I hope the Department of Education can provide MCMAU with 100 middle-ranked instructors to make up for the previous battle losses. Fourthly, MCMAU has more instructors and students than CCMAU now. The teaching results are also obvious to all. Whether it was the previous championship or the Rank 3 battle, MCMAU has always surpassed CCMAU. However, the financial allocation is even less than CCMAU. Last year, CCMAU allocated 35 billion and MCMAU 26 billion. I hope the Department of Education can make up for this 9 billion gap. Fifthly, I admit that I am not qualified enough and capable enough to bear the old Vice-Chancellor's expectations. It's too heavy. Therefore, I implore the Department of Education to choose a new rank 9 powerhouse for the position of Vice-Chancellor." After saying 5 points in a row, Wu Quishan was still smiling. Everyone's expression changed again and again. A Grandmaster powerhouse would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. However, none of the 5 requests that Wu Quishan made were simple. Expanding the school's production line, providing MCMAU instructors and students resources to the school itself, obtaining management rights, selling pills and weapons to the outside world, adding 100 middle-ranked instructors, including what Wu Quishan said at the end. In everyone's eyes, it was a joke. Some rank 9 powerhouses lived in seclusion, while others, like Zhang Tao, held important positions. Going to MCMAU to be a vice-chancellor was tempting to rank 7 and 8 powerhouses. However, to rank 9 powerhouses, it was really not tempting at all. Rank 9 was already at the end of martial arts. At this moment, not many of them had the mood to manage these chores. Everyone quieted down. Zhang Tao glanced at Wu Quishan. After a while, he said, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, there's no need to do this. Everyone is fighting for the same goal. Among them, some people have to contribute more, some less. MCMAU has contributed enough." Wu Quishan chuckled. "If one rank 8 dying in battle is not enough, then a few more should be enough. All these years, other than the military department, martial arts universities have the most powerhouses who have died in battle. No, most of the powerhouses who died in the military department came from martial arts universities. Minister, it's okay to bleed, but it's really not appropriate to shed tears. Is our request too much?" The MCMAU students said one thing: if we can't exchange blood and lives for our own cultivation resources, then what are we fighting for? Family, country, and the world is too empty. We can't even protect ourselves, so how can we talk about protecting our country? Some people are guarding the rear. How can they know how difficult it is to obtain a catacombs martial artist's weapon and a medicinal herb for alchemy in the front line? Those are exchanged with blood and lives. Can you really bear to eat them? It's not that MCMAU doesn't want to contribute. When we become stronger, we will contribute more. Have we ever said anything about avoiding war? Have we ever complained that there are too many casualties and that we won't go to the catacombs in the future? None of them. Someone in the crowd snorted softly. As soon as the snort came out, Tianmu suddenly flew into a rage and said, "Zhang Minghong, Vice-Chancellor, was talking about you, you bastard. Snort my ass. Don't think that I don't know you. I suspect that you're the biggest leader of the evil sect. Otherwise, where did the evil sect's pills come from? You control the pill company. The catacombs have strict defenses against the evil sect. The government is also cracking down on them. Where did the money come from? Where did you buy the pills? Tianmu, how dare you slander me?" "Slander my ass. Zheng Minghong, I only have one thing to say. The pill company is up to no good this time. I'll kill you first. Then I'll go to the catacombs and take one of them away. You think you can mess with me just because you're a rank 8? I've killed more people than you've ever seen. You're a rank 8 who took pills. I'll kill you with one punch. I took drugs to get it." Zhang Minghong, who was standing opposite, flew into a rage. His hair stood on end as he shouted, "Take pills and become a rank 8 for me to see." That day, I killed countless enemies in the capital city catacombs. Today, I've become the evil sect leader that you, Tianmu, called a trash who took pills? That was back then. After achieving rank 7, how many times did you go to the catacombs? Tianmu snorted disdainfully. He said, "Back then, I respected you as a man. What do you think you are now? If you're not convinced, let's try it out." "Enough!" Zhang Tao shouted softly. The rank 9 powerhouse was enraged. Everyone quieted down, including Tianmu. A rude tone did not mean he was stupid. Even a fool could not achieve rank 8. Purposely stirring up some issues would be beneficial for their next move. Although Zhang Tao was a super powerhouse, ranked 2nd on the Grandmaster ranking, he was indeed having a headache right now. MCMAU was not just a matter of MCMAU. This matter would not stand a chance if they applied normally. This was also the reason why MCMAU's Grandmasters did not go through the normal channels. The first thing they did was to invite all 10 Grandmasters. However, this matter was not easy to agree to. If they agreed to MCMAU today, CCMAU would have to do the same tomorrow. The day after that, the other martial arts universities would have to do the same. Then, the pill and weapon companies would be half crippled. What about the martial artists who did not go to the catacombs and did not enter martial arts universities? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Tao opened his mouth and said, "Let's not discuss the other issues. Regarding the expansion of MCMAU's production line, it's up to you. However, you must hand over 10 billion worth of raw materials to the pill and weapon companies every year. Vice-Chancellor Wu, everyone, this is the limit of what I can do. Otherwise, the country will not be a country. Those new generation martial artists will not be able to become martial artists at all. Everyone should understand this." Wu Quishan thought for a moment and said, "Sure, but the materials handed over must be purchased at the original price." Zhang Tao glanced at the few people behind him. He paused for a moment and nodded slightly. "I agree on their behalf." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Minghong frowned slightly. 10 billion is too little. In the past, MCMAU had at least provided more than 20 billion worth of raw materials to several major companies. Although they still had to pay, raw materials were raw materials. When they were manufactured into finished products, that was a different story. Now half of it was gone at once. The pill and weapon companies would definitely be affected. Zhang Tao glanced at him. Did he really want to anger these grandmaster powerhouses of MCMAU by arguing at this time? However, Wu Quishan completely ignored him. After getting Zhang Tao's consent, he coughed softly and said, "Minister, everyone, we still have something to do. We'll take our leave first." After saying this, the 10 high grandmasters ran away faster than they came. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. In the crowd that remained, some of the martial arts university powerhouses looked at each other, eager to make a move. MCMAU had eaten crabs. Everyone could give it a try too. Zhang Tao had long sensed this atmosphere. He said lightly, "You'll get what you give. I have a count of each school's battle loss rate, including the number of enemies killed and the amount of seized goods. MCMAU is always at the top. That's why I agreed to MCMAU's application." Other martial arts universities, including CCMAU in the past few years, how do they compare to MCMAU in terms of enemies killed and seized goods? This is the first time. There will be no next time. Everything depends on results. If you have dazzling results and battle records, you will naturally be included. As soon as these words were said, coupled with the powerful aura of the second strongest rank 9 powerhouse, some of the grandmaster powerhouses in the crowd gave up on the idea. Forget about whether they could gather such a strong lineup like MCMAU to boost their momentum. Even if they could, it would be fine the first time. A second time would be a deliberate slap in the face. Did they really think that these rank 9 powerhouses were so easy to talk to? As for CCMAU, which was stronger than MCMAU, the situation was a little complicated. In addition, their momentum had been suppressed by MCMAU recently. They might not come forward. CCMAU, which was rooted in Capital City, had a more complicated situation among the leadership. Many graduates held positions in the central government. For a while, there were signs that the fire would be extinguished before it started. However, this matter had also taken root in everyone's hearts. When the time was right, it was not impossible to bring it up for discussion. On September 16th, the 2 vice-chancellors returned to school. On the same day, MCMAU announced a new policy. There were many policies. In summary, the difficulty of obtaining credits had been reduced. Whether it was new or old students, they might get 5 credits for completing a mission in the past. Now they could get 10 credits. Their purchasing power was still the same. This meant that completing the same mission, everyone could get more resources. For a while, MCMAU cheered. The atmosphere was extremely enthusiastic. The Ping Yuan Club played its role again. All of this was fought for everyone under the leadership of the vice-chancellors and the Martial Arts Society's president, Fang Ping. This time, Fang Ping did not dare to promote himself alone. This time, he had offended too many people. It was better for him to keep a low profile. While promoting the vice-chancellors, he also raised his prestige. It was not too eye-catching. There were still a few grandmasters in front of him. In the Martial Arts Society, Fang Ping felt slightly regretful. He looked at Qin Yunxi and said, "Actually, this is all my credit. It's MCMAU's fortune that I became the Martial Arts Society's president. It's a pity that I'm a low-profile person and don't take credit." Fang Ping sighed repeatedly. If he were a grandmaster, he would definitely publicize it widely this time. Forget it now. It was better to let old Wu and the others bask in some glory. After all, the few old men had made a trip. It was not easy for them to travel thousands of miles. They were already so old. However, it was not like Fang Ping did not gain anything at all. At least when he did missions in the future, his credits would at least double. "No, I'm the one who suffered a huge loss." Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. He clutched his chest and panted. "I can't take it anymore. I've obtained tens of thousands of credits before. Doesn't that mean I've lost tens of thousands of credits? Even if it's 10,000 credits, that's still 300 million. Mother asterisk her. Who's going to pay for this?" Fang Ping's heart ached. He had really suffered a huge loss. It was hundreds of millions. He had never suffered such a loss. Wang Jinyang, who owed him the most, did not even have 50 million credits. Who was responsible for this sudden loss of hundreds of millions? Zhang Yu? Old Manly? Or who? Looking at Fang Ping in so much pain, Chen Yunqi's face was blank. It was clearly a good thing. Why did it seem more painful than cutting his flesh? Chapter 298. After a moment of anguish, Fang Ping forced himself to rein in his emotions. Forget it. He would keep it on his tab. If he had the chance, he would make up for it in the Martial Arts Society. It would not be good to blame it on others. They had gotten lucky this time. Looking at the time, Fang Ping recovered and asked, "Where the hell did Qin Fengqin go?" "He's at the finance department. He said he wants a bonus." "What the F***CK?" Fang Ping cursed. "He went out for so many days and donated 500 million. I made a phone call and got an extra 2 billion. I didn't even ask for a bonus. How could he ask for one? Call him and ask him to come here quickly. If he keeps asking for a bonus, he'll remove the vice president." Fang Ping's position was gradually stabilizing. Qin Fengqin and Xie Lei didn't find fault with him anymore. Whatever Fang Ping wanted to do, they got it done quickly, including the expansion of the production line and the donation. It all happened in a few words. With Fang Ping as president, the whole school benefited. Outsiders did not know, but they knew. Even the teachers in the school knew about it. If they wanted to challenge Fang Ping's position, even if they were stronger, they might not be recognized by the school. Less than a month after taking office, Fang Ping had bought over half of MCMAU. Chen Yunqi did not say much and started calling Qin Fengqin. Not long after, Qin Fengqin entered the office and said unhappily, "Fang Ping, where's the promised reward? Why isn't it here? Didn't I run around for so many days for nothing?" "We'll talk about it when the Martial Arts Society is rich." "How much money does the Martial Arts Society have now?" "Not enough." Qin Fengqin was on the verge of cursing. This bastard Fang Ping had directly asked for this year's Martial Arts Society allocation from the university. 2 billion transferred directly. He did not even want credits, mainly because he was afraid that credits would depreciate. In addition to the donations and the money from the dormitory rental, the Martial Arts Society had never been so rich. 5 billion. Zhang Yu had been in charge for a year, but the Martial Arts Society savings were less than 300 million. Now that the Martial Arts Society was rich, the school did not take away the donations. The internal production line expansion also needed funds, but the school did not ask the Martial Arts Society to fork out the money. The school also allocated funds. 5 billion. It could be said that Fang Ping had the final say. The two vice-chancellors only watched and did not say anything. Unless Fang Ping stuffed it into his pocket, he could use it however he wanted. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was complaining about being poor. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He pressed his hands together and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Sit down first. I've been too busy recently to ask about what we talked about last time. What's going on with the catacombs?" "Then my bonus. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll deduct 200 credits from you every month." Qin Fengqin was so angry that his face turned green. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're ruthless enough. Don't give me a chance. What's the use of threatening words? If threatening words worked, I would have become a principal a long time ago." Fang Ping sneered. Qin Fengqin was an early-stage rank yet he dared to provoke him, who was a stage higher than him. "I've built 4 heaven and earth bridges," Qin Fengqin said faintly, his threat evident in his words. "Is it useful?" Fang Ping did not think much of it. He had been progressing too quickly recently. He had slowed down his progress on purpose. Otherwise, he would have completed honing his heart. Huff! After taking a deep breath, Qin Fengqin completely gave up on this topic. Fang Ping was not Zhang Yu. This guy, who was not a martial artist at the school gates that day, was now in a higher realm than him. Picking on him might not be of any use. Let's not talk about this for now. Qin Fengqing changed the topic back to the catacombs. He lowered his voice and said, "Actually, I discovered it the last time I went to the catacombs with Wang Jinyang. But Wang Jinyang is too much of a scam. He took the lion's share of the profits. I didn't want to work with him. I was only rank 3 at that time," Fang Ping interrupted. "Let's skip this and get straight to the point." Qin Fengqing was speechless. He continued, "About 300 li northwest of Hope City, there's a mountain there." "There's a temple in the mountain?" You know about it too?" Qin Fengqing was stunned. Fang Ping was stunned too. "Mother asterisk her, I was just saying. You must be kidding me." Qin Fengqing looked at him suspiciously. He said slowly, "It's not really a temple. I didn't see any monks in the catacombs either. Anyway, it's a pretty majestic building. I only caught a glimpse of it. Guess what I saw? An energy mine? Idiot. Do you think I dare to go to an energy mine? There must be high-ranked creatures there. Even if you want to die, you shouldn't do it this way." Qin Fengqing scolded. He did not give Fang Ping a chance to retort and said quickly, "It seems like a herb garden." "What do you mean by seems like?" "It just seems like. I didn't see it very clearly. Someone was chasing us from behind. Wasn't it destroyed by someone? If you saw it, others would have seen it too." "Nonsense. The person who was chasing us was tortured to death by us. Then you didn't go after that." Qin Fengqing shook his head. "I didn't go. The situation was not too stable after that. Sky Gate City's army was patrolling there. It was not good for us to go deep into the rear. Later, when the catacombs war broke out, I didn't have the chance to go again." Fang Ping frowned. "You want me to risk my life with you just because you caught a glimpse of it? What if it's not a herb garden, but a vegetable garden? Also, in the catacombs, there's a majestic building in the deep mountains and forests. Are there no powerhouses living in it? The deep mountains and forests in the catacombs are not a friendly place. First, we were passing by. If there were really catacombs powerhouses, why didn't they show up and kill us?" Qin Fengqing said calmly, "Second, do you think I'm stupid and can't tell if it's a vegetable garden or a herb garden? Third, there's no place in the catacombs that isn't dangerous. Compared to searching aimlessly, this kind of targeted search is safer and more convenient. Fourth, I, Qin Fengqing, don't have many other abilities, but my treasure hunting skills are top-notch. I found the big energy stones that people hid in the village. That bastard Wang Jinyang didn't even pay me for the information." Fang Ping had to admit that he admired Qin Fengqing. Other martial artists in the 3 lower ranks could not even walk 50 li out of Hope City in the catacombs. This guy ran around in the catacombs. He went hundreds of li deep, farther than the average middle-ranked. The key was he was still alive. This was King unusual. The Qin Fengqing from before was not a rank for martial artist. He could actually go around to the back of Skygate City. Fang Ping really admired him. His survival skills were extraordinary. Could he really outrun him? Qin Fengqing did not care what he was thinking. He said eloquently, "In conclusion, the risk was worth it. If we really encountered danger, we just ran. You have to know that if we really raided a herb garden, we would be rich. Let me tell you this. High-ranked powerhouses don't really care about pills, and they don't plant herbs. Wait, catacombs martial artists plant pills?" Fang Ping suddenly realized a serious problem. He said in a low voice, "The catacombs martial artists' cultivation path is different from ours. If they don't rely on pills to cultivate, what do they plant herbs for?" The herbs that humans found in the catacombs were actually found in the wild. Catacombs martial artists did not use pills. Qin Fengqing curled his lips and said, "Don't be surprised. Catacombs martial artists don't rely on pills to cultivate. They didn't say that they don't eat herbs. Herbs also contain rich energy particles. Do you think they need energy stones to cultivate? Are you stupid? If some herbs are cultivated well, the energy contained in them is not lower than energy stones. Catacombs martial artists eat them. Monsters eat them too. You didn't realize it because no catacombs martial artists brought herbs to battle during the war. That's why you didn't see it. Actually, sometimes you can still encounter them. Killing catacombs martial artists can also seize these natural treasures. Can you stop interrupting me? What I mean is that high-ranked martial artists don't need these. Only middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists need these. Do you understand what I mean? You're saying that the owner of the herb garden, even if he's still here and alive, is only a middle-ranked at most. Yes, he's not that stupid. Qin Fengqing was proud of himself. My logical thinking is super strong. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is also a skill. Otherwise, I would have died a long time ago. If it was really the residence of a high-ranked powerhouse, he would not go. It was easy for a high-ranked powerhouse to kill a middle-ranked. However, as long as it was not a high-ranked powerhouse, there was still hope for him and Fong Ping to escape. Even a rank 6 martial artist had a chance. After saying that, Qin Fengqing said happily, especially now, the price of MCMAU's recovered herbs and weapons has increased. More credits. If we do well this time, we won't have to worry about directly cultivating to peak rank 6. As he thought about it, Qin Fengqing was almost drooling. This timing was too good. Previously, because it was supplied to the pill company actually lowered the price. The price they offered was not too high. However, now that MCMAU was producing it itself, it was for the benefit of the students and instructors. The recovery price had directly doubled. It was almost at the price of the raw materials in exchange for the finished product. In the long run, it was the same gain, but the income was doubled. Even if Fong Ping did not look for Qin Fengqing would have urged him. Seeing that Fong Ping was still deep in thought, Qin Fengqing urged, "That bastard Wang Jingyang also knows about this place. If we don't go now, he'll go. If he gets there first, you'll be crying." Fong Ping thought for a while and asked, "When you run, what's your fastest speed?" "Why are you asking this?" "To see how we can coordinate our actions. If I unleash my full strength, 50 meters per second, 180 kilometers per hour." Fong Ping was a little shocked. *CK, that was fast. Qin Fengqing smiled modestly. "I can't calculate it according to the speed. I can't last that long. At most, I can run 100 li or so, and then I can't hold on any more." Oh, Fong Ping nodded. "That's pretty fast. Not bad. All right, let's get ready. When I'm done with the things on hand, we'll go to the catacombs together. You agree?" "Yes." Fong Ping nodded. Of course, he agreed. His flight step cultivation was not bad. If he unleashed his full strength now, even if he used the flight step, he would run almost as fast as Qin Fengqing. If he landed, Fong Ping would actually run faster. If that was the case, why would he not agree? If the enemy wanted to kill him, they should go after Qin Fengqing. He ran faster than him, was stronger than him, and had much more stamina than him. If the two of them ran together, Qin Fengqing would be the one to die. Qin Fengqing looked at him suspiciously. 50-50? Of course. Can I take advantage of you? If we encounter a rank 4 or 5 martial artist, we're not allowed to run. Let's work together to kill him? No problem. That's what I was thinking. If we encounter a rank 6 martial artist, we'll leave it to fate. You're not allowed to ask me to save you. I almost died of exhaustion when I dragged Wang Jingyang along last time. Of course, we'll leave it to fate. You're the same. Don't expect me to save you. That's good. Qin Fengqing was delighted. He smiled. Then it settled. But we'll have to wait for a few days. Recently, I've been cultivating a high-ranked combat technique. How about this? We go together at the end of this month. Okay. Fong Ping had actually been cultivating high-ranked combat techniques recently too. It was fine to wait for a few days. After the two of them finished their discussion, Qin Fengqing left happily. When entering the catacombs, it was actually much safer for two people to go together than to go alone. At least there was someone to keep watch at night. However, most people could not be trusted if they were not familiar with each other. Although Fang Ping was shameless and petty, Qin Fengqing felt that he could be at ease. Some people were shameless and petty. Instead of looking for a hypocrite, it was more suitable to look for a real villain like Fang Ping. Fang Ping, obviously, did not know what Qin Fengqing was thinking. Otherwise, he would let him know why the flowers were so red. After Qin Fengqing left, Fang Ping thought for a while. After saying goodbye to Qin Yanxi, he went downstairs to the logistics department. Although he had no credits now, he still had more than 100 million cash on him. On the way, Fang Ping checked his stats again. Wealth, 88 million vitality, 2,000 calories, 2,000 calories, mentality, 699 hertz, 699 hertz, bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus. Recently, his vitality and mentality had been maintained at the limit. After entering rank 4 and building 5 celestial bridges, Fang Ping realized that a martial artist's self-recovery ability was much stronger. Even if mentality and vitality were slightly depleted and not replenished, the celestial bridges would automatically absorb energy particles to replenish themselves. I still have 88 million wealth points. I can't use them now. Fang Ping had considered honing his skull. However, after a few hesitations, he still did not dare to do it. His head was not something to be trifled with. That's good too. I can save it for combat or cultivating combat techniques. I can finally rest for a while and not worry about money and wealth points. As he thought about this, he arrived at the logistics department. Logistics department. Ever since Old Man Li beat up Fang Ping, he had been in a good mood for a few days. Seeing that Fang Ping had arrived, Old Man Li grinned and said, "Want to learn from each other?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Old Man Li was not showing any respect at all. I want to see if there's anything good. Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony. He sat down directly and picked up the exchange list for a while. After some thought, he said, 10 resurrection pills. Cough, cough, cough. Old Man Li almost choked to death. Were you taking resurrection pills to eat like jelly beans? 10 pills. Fang Ping actually had 1 pill himself. Logically speaking, he did not need too many of these life-saving pills. How could he have so many chances to save his life? Now he asked for 10 pills right off the bat. Was he looking for trouble? Fang Ping did not mind. He continued looking. After a while he said unhappily, "Instructor, is this all? There's nothing better?" Old Man Li could not be bothered with him. He did not utter a word. "Do you have any spatial equipment? Like storage rings?" "Ha. Don't laugh, instructor. I'm serious. We've been developing science and technology for so many years. Haven't we created it? Nonsense. That stuff involves space theory. Wait until our powerhouses can shatter the void before thinking about it. We don't have that stuff now. If that's the case, powerhouses can really shatter the void? I don't know." Old Man Li shrugged. God knew if they could or not. After thinking for a while, he said, "Maybe. You've seen the catacombs passageway. It connects the 2 worlds. Since the catacombs passageway exists, it means that space can be shattered. If we can't do it, it means we're still too weak. It's not that we can't achieve it. When powerhouses do it, maybe they can really cut the void open. Like the catacombs passageway, they can create an invisible space. Do you know where the catacombs passageway is? Other than the 2 vortexes, the passageway doesn't exist in the catacombs. It doesn't exist on Earth either. However, it's a 1,000-meter-long passageway. If there's a storage device inside, it can store a lot of items. As for how to make it into a portable storage device, maybe there'll be a way when the time comes." Old Man Li speculated irresponsibly. He laughed and said, "Kid, you don't say. We don't have it here, but some sects with more than 1,000 years of heritage might have it. They hide it deep. Back then, for the sake of stability, no one forcefully searched for it. Back then, there were rumors in some sects that there were powerhouses who could shatter the void. Of course, it was more likely that they were boasting. This is the style of sections. Rank 3s dare to boast that they are the ancestors of sects, and grandmasters are gods and Buddhas in the human world. However, it's certain that sects have good stuff. For example, the Wanshan temple you went to last time. Wanshan temple has a living Buddha's Saraira. It's actually a high-ranked powerhouse's energy core source. Rumor has it that it might be a rank 9 powerhouse's energy core source. TSK, kid, if you can get your hands on this thing, it'll be like having a small energy mine at home. It'll be awesome when you cultivate. I just don't know if Wanshan Temple has used up all its energy after so many years. Fong Ping was a little fascinated. Did the rank 9 powerhouse's energy core refer to the heart? How much was this thing worth? Very soon, Fong Ping sobered up. He shook his head. What was he thinking? He came here to exchange for equipment, not to have designs on the sections. Old man Li was indeed disrespectful. He actually encouraged him to do bad things again. If Wanshan Temple was robbed in the future, it would be Old Man Li's fault. However, he knew Monk Jissa. Even if he had an insider, that monk was not a good person. If he colluded with him, the flowery monk might not agree. I can't think about it anymore. We're all comrades. How can I do something like this? Chapter 299. Fong Ping was slightly regretful that he did not have any spatial equipment. Sometimes, it was difficult to bring back some large items. For example, he had killed many martial artists last time and had no choice but to discard all his weapons. Fortunately, he found 2 in the end, or he would have cried to death. Fong Ping did not continue to dwell on this. He thought for a while. If he went to the catacombs next, he did not know how long it would take. His cultivation couldn't be delayed any longer. Give me 10 bodybuilding pills, 11 pills, and viscera shielding pills. Why do you need so many? Are you ready to hone your heart? Old Man Li was slightly surprised. For middle-ranked cultivation, these 3 pills were the most popular. The body-forging pill and the 11 pills were used to temper the internal organs. Of course, the body-forging pill was mainly used to temper the body. The 11 pills were for the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and the viscera shielding pill was to prevent the internal organs from being injured. The body-forging pill and the 11 pills were both categorized as Tier 5 pills. In fact, they could be treated as a special kind of pill without being categorized. Rank 4 and Rank 5 martial artists needed the assistance of pills to hone their internal organs. When they reached Rank 6, they did not need the assistance of pills. Sealing the Sanjiao Gate was not something that could be helped by medicinal pills. Yes, I'll have to buy them sooner or later. Fong Ping said awkwardly, Instructor, can I buy them on credit first? I don't have any credits. Do not ask him why he did not use money. Fong Ping always felt that he was losing out. Now that the difficulty of obtaining credits had decreased, Fong Ping felt that spending money to buy things now was a huge loss. In reality, 1 credit still needed 30,000 in cash. There was no difference. The system did not give Fong Ping a chance to cheat when he entered the middle ranks and honed his vital organs. Although wealth could replenish vitality and speed up cultivation, the effect of vitality honing the vital organs was not as obvious. Instead, these targeted pills had a more obvious effect. Coupled with his unlimited vitality, if he really started honing his vital organs, the speed would be extremely fast. Old Man Li glanced at him, chuckled, and did not reply. Fong Ping sighed. Spending money was the same, but why did he feel like he was losing out? Resurrection pills are 200 credits each. Bodybuilding pills are 200 credits each. 11 pills are 200 credits each. Rank for viscera shielding pills are 150 credits each. 7,500 credits? Are you sure you want to buy so many? Old Man Lee reported the bill directly. 10 pills of each kind. They were all middle-grade pills. The resurrection pills were the kind with no grade. Even peak rank 5 martial artists who came to buy medicinal pills did not buy them one by one like Fong Ping. So many medicinal pills. If your cultivation goes smoothly, it will be enough for you to break through to rank 5. You don't have to buy so many resurrection pills. Actually, you don't have to buy the viscera shielding pill. You are as strong as a monster. Why would you need the viscera shielding pill? My internal organs aren't strong enough. No matter how strong your internal organs are, you're already half a golden body. Why the F*CK are you still cultivating? Old Man Lee cursed. This kid was really unsatisfied. Fong Ping pursed his lips. 7,500 credits. You could just kill me. I've spent more than 200 million. I want 5 resurrection pills. I don't want the body forging pills. Old Man Lee was dumbfounded. This kid wants the viscera shielding pill instead of the bodybuilding pill. How F*King scared of death is he? 4,500 credits, 135 million in cash. Fong Ping sighed softly and grumbled. Didn't the school lower their prices? Why is it still so expensive? That's referring to credits, not cash. Credits were earned by students. They could not be generated out of thin air. However, when it came to money, some students relied directly on their families. Moreover, they had to prevent people like Fong Ping from reselling pills. Now that MCMAU had not obtained external management rights, they gave the students a chance in credits. They would not give them cash. Is there a discount? 130 million. I'm the president of the Martial Arts Society. I've bled for MCMAU. I've fought for MCMAU's benefits. I've also— Shut up. If you're not buying, get lost. Fong Ping cursed in his heart. Old Man Lee was not cute at all now. He was not like before when he could bargain and still give him a discount. After leaving the logistics department, Fong Ping had a large pile of rank 4 and 5 pills on him. In total, he had 6 resurrection pills, 10 viscera shielding pills, and 10-11 pills. He was left with 45 million in cash. I should buy a house in Magic City. If the situation in Nanjiang is bad, I should ask my parents to move here. Fong Ping pondered for a moment. He did not want to invest his money in the company now. As for the company, he could just get a loan. His own money should be spent first. Every time a martial artist went to the catacombs, no matter what they did, they had to treat it as the last time. Before entering the catacombs, everything that needed to be arranged must be arranged. Even grandmasters had to be prepared for this. That afternoon, South Contribution District, Bay Gardens. This was one of the most famous big villa districts in Magic City. It was also extremely popular. Moreover, it was not sold to non-well-known people. This place was close to the entrance of Magic City's catacombs. Therefore, the energy particles were more concentrated here than in other places. The environment was good and cultivation was fast. All of these made a standalone villa in Bay Gardens extremely difficult to find. Some of the instructors in MCMAU did not actually live on campus. Instead, they bought houses here. This place was not too far from MCMAU. It was only a 20-minute drive. The Villa District's sales department could not even be called a sales department. Fong Ping, who was inexperienced, thought he had come to the wrong place when he walked to the sales department. It was built like a big hotel. As soon as he entered, someone invited him to take a seat. Then tea was served. Then a beautiful lady in business attire came over to chat with him. When the person selling the house did not talk about the house, but talked about family, life, and needs, Fong Ping felt that chatting with women was really annoying. Beauty, I just want to buy a house. Fong Ping interrupted the intellectual beauty in front of him, took out his martial arts license and said, I'm Fong Ping, MCMAU's Fong Ping. Unless you're a grandmaster, I'm definitely qualified enough to buy it. Also, give me a discount. The lowest price. The house must be the best. Other than that, I don't have any other requirements. The intellectual beauty in business attire chuckled. Mr. Fong, how could we not know each other? You've been challenging powerhouses all the way up north. Your reputation has spread far and wide. I recognized you the moment you walked in. Of course, it has something to do with your little advertisements. Every day when I go online, I can hear the words Fong Ping will teach you how to fight monsters. Naturally, the beauty in business attire hid these words in her heart. Her question was only to clarify Fong Ping's needs. Very quickly, the other party recommended a villa with a quiet environment and a courtyard. 3 stories, 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms for bathrooms, and a floor area of 580 square meters. There was a swimming pool and basement and a small private garden. 60,000 per square meter, no bargaining. During the peak period of housing prices, this price was not expensive. However, at this moment, 60,000 per square meter was still quite expensive. Fong Ping went to take a look. There were no renovations, but the shape of the house and the location were not bad. Plus, the intellectual beauty flattered him all the way. MCMAU's leader, number 1 of the younger generation, sunny and handsome. After signing the contract and paying the bill, Fong Ping realized that something was wrong. All kinds of messy taxes, plus the house payment, had actually charged him $36 million. Even so, the other party still made Fong Ping feel that he had profited. This should not have happened. He had always been the one to fool others, and now he had almost been fooled. I'll transfer another $4 million to you. Help me renovate it. It must be done well. If there's any shortfall, I'll settle the bill with you. Fong Ping did not care if the other party was willing or not. He took the initiative to pay the bill. Everyone in the real estate sales department was stunned. Were you sure $4 million would be enough to renovate it? Fong Ping did not care about them. As he swiped his card, he said, Your chairman is also a graduate of MCMAU. He's a peak rank 6 powerhouse. If he can do well in the real estate business in Magic City, it shouldn't be a problem for him to take care of his juniors. Actually, I think it shouldn't be a problem if I don't pay. But we're all family. I, Fong Ping, can't do something like not paying. That's it. Spending $40 million to buy a house. Extravagant. Fong Ping complained. He did not know if he was complaining about himself or someone else. The manager beside him was also a knowledgeable person. He smiled and shook his head slightly at the others. $4 million it was, just like what Fong Ping said. Even if he really did not pay, the chairman might not say anything. Actually, many people who wanted to do well in Magic City were related to MCMAU. For this generation of MCMAU prodigies, forget about paying $40 million. Even if they did not want to, they had to pinch their noses and accept it. Coming out of the real estate sales department, Fong Ping sighed. Before this, he thought that he could not finish spending the $175 million he had. In the end, reality told him that spending money was only a matter of a day. At this moment, he still had $5 million left. But I've bought a house. Unless Magic City's catacombs are destroyed, this is the safest place to buy a house here. Walking forward for less than 5 kilometers, Magic City's military zone was located. On the ground and underground, 100,000 troops were stationed, and there were close to 10,000 martial artists. Martial arts universities like MCMAU and ESNNU were not too far away. It would only take a moment for powerhouses to reinforce them. There were also a large number of martial artists in the residential area. In terms of safety, except for the government, the military department, and martial arts universities, there was no other place in Magic City that was safer than here. I have to tell Mom and Dad that I have a house here. If the situation is urgent, I can come here. If a catacombs crisis broke out, Magic City and Capital City would be the safest places to hide. He gave his father a call and briefly told him about the house. Fong Ping did not say much. He only reminded him that if he could not live in Sun City anymore, then he could come to Magic City. Fong Mingrong did not ask much. In fact, after entering the government, Fong Mingrong had gradually understood some things. Sun City's local government was forming a local martial arts combat team. All the martial artists in the city began to receive combat techniques, training, and guidance, including some government personnel. Even Tan Jinping, a vitality martial artist, was now forced to join the combat techniques training class and began to receive combat techniques guidance. Commander Bai Jinshan also placed great importance on this. In the neighboring auspicious Peace City, the atmosphere was even more tense than in Sun City. The rank for commander personally conducted martial arts drills in the city's plaza. All the martial artists in the city had to practice every day. Those who did not attend would be severely punished. Auspicious Peace City even had signs of military control. Be careful. When Fong Ping was about to hang up, Fong Mingrong said softly. He paused and said, "Don't worry about your family. Your mother and I have lived for so many years. We won't starve to death even if we don't have this position. Money and these things are external. No matter how strong you are in martial arts, you still have to take care of your body." "Dad, don't worry." Fong Ping laughed. His reply was very relaxed. After hanging up, Fong Ping shook his head slightly. It was not about money. At the safe haven, nowadays, there were not many martial artists practicing at the safe haven. A few days ago, some martial artists were punished so badly that they almost lost their pants. Breaking a rock could result in a fine of hundreds of thousands. Now, the instructors did not come here to cultivate. They could not stand the martial arts society people. Lu Fengru, on the other hand, had no such qualms. According to her, if he damaged the environment, the fine would be on Fong Ping. The environment here was good, and the place was spacious. It was the best place to cultivate. Maha Punch and Vajra Punch are actually of the same origin. However, Vajra Punch is an external attack, while Maha Punch is an internal attack. You've been cultivating Maha Punch for a few days. Show me a punch now. Fong Ping found a rock and looked to his left and right. Only then did he throw a punch at it from a distance away. Bang! With a crisp sound, the rock shattered. Lu Fengru shook her head slightly. It's not enough. Or, after your strength has skyrocketed, you still haven't mastered this power. When Maha Punch is truly mastered, the rock will shatter, but not like this. As she said that, Lu Fengru punched the ground. Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly. He walked to the side of a rock and kicked it with his foot. At that moment, the rock cracked, and the inside turned into stone powder. Fong Ping's gaze changed. He tilted his head and said, "Instructor, is this the penetration of vitality force and crushing the inside of the rock?" "Yes." Lu Fengru nodded. With her hands behind her back, she said lightly, "If I kill martial artists below peak rank 5 now, 1 punch, and the other party will die without a doubt. There's no luck involved. Peak rank 5 martial artists have completed honing their internal organs. At this time, it's not easy to kill them. However, for me it's the same. When my mentality intimidates and suppresses the other party, 1 punch to the head will also result in death. At rank 6, every time a door is closed, mentality will grow a little. With a strong mentality, it's not easy to kill. When the Sanjiao gate is completely closed, the mentality won't be too low. When you encounter a powerhouse like this, it's best not to hope that you can use your mentality to disturb him." Fong Ping asked, "Instructor, under normal circumstances, how strong is a rank 5 and 6 martial artist's mentality?" "It depends on the person. However, before peak rank 6, most martial artist mentality will stop at 499 hertz. Then I'm still much stronger than them." Lu Fengru shook her head. "Mentality isn't the only thing. If your vitality is strong, your aura is strong, and your willpower is strong, your mentality won't have a suppressive effect on them. Instead, you'll be easily injured by them. This will be very troublesome. That's why martial artists below Grandmaster rarely use mentality in battles." As she said that, Lu Fengru continued, "All right, let's not talk about this for now. You know how to cultivate the Maha Punch. It mainly depends on your ability to control it. Also, in terms of saber techniques, I've asked for Royal Decapitation from Nanjiang for you. It's from the same lineage as Manic Explosion. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Instructor, is this the only saber technique? Zhang Dingnan's saber technique was very shameful. Manic Explosion, Royal Decapitation, and Immortal Vanquishing Saber were a series of saber techniques. Royal Decapitation was a high-ranked combat technique. Immortal Vanquishing Divine Saber was a mentality combat technique created by Zhang Dingnan after he had achieved peak rank 6. However, Royal Decapitation was gradually perfected after he stepped into the Grandmaster level. There is, but combat techniques from the same lineage are easier to cultivate. Your Manic Explosion is easier to integrate with this one. Moreover, because it was created by the same person, the vitality circulation routes are all the same. Are you sure you want to change combat techniques? Fang Ping said sheepishly, doesn't Governor General Zhang think that this name is shameful? Lu Fengru chuckled. Do I? I think he's quite proud of himself. He even asked you not to bring disgrace to his combat techniques. Otherwise, he'll settle the score with you. Fang Ping was speechless. Zhang Dingnan was the Governor General. Can't the feudal officials be a little more reliable? Emperor Decapitation my ass. He cursed 10,000 times in his heart. However, in order to quickly master combat techniques, Fang Ping had to pinch his nose and learn. It was the same old rule. Read the book first. Ask questions if he did not understand after reading it. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. Cultivating combat techniques was not something that could be done overnight. After getting the combat techniques book, Fang Ping asked curiously, Instructor, other than the blood arrow technique, have you created any other combat techniques? After all, Zhang Dingnan had created a whole basket of battle techniques. Yes. Why don't you teach me? Are you sure you want to learn? Yes. Fang Ping felt that Lu Fengru's sword was unconventional. Some of her combat techniques were quite interesting. Go look for it in the combat techniques library yourself. I created Invincible Punch 2 years ago. Fang Ping. Were all these people who created combat techniques not past the age of 8th graders? Lu Fengru was obviously not ashamed of this name. After thinking for a while, she said, however, my Invincible Punch is more suitable for people who have achieved half a golden body to cultivate. Its realm is a notch higher than Zhang Dingnan's saber technique. You might not be able to learn it. Fang Ping was mentally exhausted. Fine, I'm not going to learn it. My ancestors' combat techniques are still more reliable. Chapter 300. In the following time, Fang Ping diligently cultivated his combat techniques. He was not in a hurry to elevate his rank. With the 5 celestial bridges opened, his body was constantly being honed, even if he did not cultivate. Middle-ranked martial artists could cultivate half a golden body. This was not a lie. As for combat techniques, Fang Ping mainly used Vajra Punch and Maha Punch. High-ranked combat techniques were difficult to cultivate. It was better to specialize than to cultivate several high-ranked combat techniques in a short period of time. He did not major in Royal Decapitation, not because the name was shameful. The main reason was that saber techniques were more complicated than fist techniques. Sometimes, fist techniques were more suitable than saber techniques. Fang Ping did not forget that he had lost his weapon in the catacombs. While Fang Ping diligently cultivated combat techniques, MCMAU was also constantly changing. On the 20th of September, 2 martial arts training classes in Magic City officially opened for business. The martial arts classes run by MCMAU Martial Arts Society began to recruit students. Some of MCMAU's rank 2 and 3 martial artists began to leave the university and travel to various places for exchanges, including participating in some local martial arts competitions. Peak rank 3 powerhouse Yi Qing officially embarked on a northbound road and began to challenge rank 3 powerhouses along the way. The university's pill factory and munitions factory began to expand. A large number of students from the School of Production entered the university's industry to participate in practical activities. On Distance's e-commerce platform, the lending system expanded and a large number of new students obtained the right to borrow credits. The once peaceful and quiet MCMAU was now much livelier. Some of the instructors who had been in MCMAU for a long time saw it and remembered it. They did not know whether to be happy or sad. The old vice-chancellor's departure caused MCMAU to fall into a low point. However, the new generation was radiating new life, giving MCMAU greater vitality. The National Rank 1 Martial Arts Competition was also being advertised in an uproar. The National Rank 1 Martial Arts Competition, hosted by Magic City Martial Arts University, attracted the attention of the entire country. Since 2009, martial arts competitions emerged one after another. However, the martial arts competitions hosted by local governments were not as credible as MCMAU. The first National Martial Arts University Freshman Championship was held in MCMAU, and the winner was also MCMAU. Now that MCMAU was hosting the National Rank 1 Martial Arts Competition, it was even more credible. When MCMAU announced the registration hotline, website, email, and solicited sponsors to bid for the martial arts competition's broadcasting rights, it attracted the attention and interest of countless people. There was obviously more than one martial arts competition. There was no doubt that this time the scale would not be small, and the competition would not be short either. In the era of martial arts, the martial arts competition was no less popular than the Olympic Games. Shanghai TV station offered 50 million yuan to buy the broadcasting rights of the martial arts competition, and Nanhu TV station offered 80 million yuan. In the end, before the two sides could decide on a winner, Central TV intervened and offered 100 million yuan for a buyout. The sale of the broadcasting rights had caused a huge uproar. The martial arts club had been so busy recently that it was dizzy and disoriented. In the end, when they looked for Fang Ping, they could not find him no matter how hard they tried. The ministers were so angry that they wanted to quit. Today, the Martial Arts Society had a total of 5 presidents. Fang Ping could not be found. Xie Lei was nowhere to be found. Qin Fengqing, who dared to ask him for help. He could hunt you down with a saber. Liang Fenghua was busy building the Celestial Bridge and had no time to care. Chen Wenlong had gone to the military department. None of the 5 presidents were in charge. Chun Yinchi had been camping in front of Lu Fengru's villa for a few days when she finally caught sight of Fang Ping. She was so happy that she almost cried tears of joy. "Fang Ping, where have you been?" Chun Yinchi's resentful tone gave Fang Ping goosebumps. He said gloomily, "I didn't go anywhere. I've been busy cultivating at the seaside in the southern area." Fang Ping had no choice. If he cultivated in the dormitory or by the lakeside, he would have to pay if he broke anything. Now that the Martial Arts Society was punishing badly, as the president, Fang Ping could not take the lead in breaking the rules. If Zhang Yu was the president, Fang Ping could still be a thorn. If he was the president, if he was a thorn, other thorns would appear. At the seaside, there were not so many concerns. Knowing that Fang Ping had gone to cultivate, Chen Yunqi did not ask any more questions. She said immediately, "The preparations for the National Rank 1 Martial Arts Competition have officially started. You mentioned the auction of the broadcasting rights. Now Central TV has offered 100 million to buy out the entire media broadcasting rights." Chun Yunqi said with a face full of admiration, "You're amazing. Someone actually offered such a high price to buy out our broadcasting rights. 100 million pounds or US dollars. Fang Ping cut in immediately. Chun Yunqi's tone faltered. After a while, she blushed and said softly, "RMB." Fang Ping pursed his lips. The entire media broadcasting rights cost 100 million? Do you think I'm stupid? The new media broadcasting rights cost more than 100 million. Nowadays, the number of online videos in the country has increased greatly. Many video websites want to make a name for themselves, but lack the opportunity. The National Rank 1 martial arts competition is currently the most authoritative, largest, and influential one held by MCMAU. If I sell it to one company for 20 to 30 million, they won't even bat an eye. If I sell it to 4 or 5 companies, I'll have 100 million. This is the broadcasting fee for the new media. There are also local TV stations that are fighting to buy the TV broadcasting. No matter what, it's more than 100 million. What's wrong with Central TV? They want to buy it out with 100 million? Tell them 100 million is fine too. Only the TV rights. The new media is not included. Fong Ping was very clear about this. He might not know as much about martial arts as others, but in these matters, the people of MCMAU were not as good as him. In the past few years, in the eyes of the people of MCMAU, the championship was a loss-making business. It was not that there were no business talents. The key was that MCMAU's previous ethos was still somewhat conservative and old-fashioned. The old vice-chancellor was a very good person, but then again he was old and not too connected with the times. He did not even care much about money. In the old vice-chancellor's eyes, teaching and educating people and cultivating martial artists should not be too utilitarian and commercialized. The source of funds was government funding, and the other was earned by the school's powerhouses going to the catacombs. The old vice-chancellor himself was also a practical person in this aspect. He had been in charge of MCMAU for more than 50 years and had spent at least 20 years in the catacombs. The rest of the time was spent recuperating. Throughout the year, almost half of his time was spent in the catacombs. This was also the main reason why even a rank 8 golden body was plagued with injuries. Fong Ping had no right to judge whether the old vice-chancellor was right or wrong, but it was true that the old man did not make good use of all the resources of MCMAU. Of course, maybe the old vice-chancellor knew but was unwilling. Maybe in his opinion, martial artists should have less of the stench of money. What exactly was he thinking? Now that the old man had died in battle in the catacombs, Fong Ping did not bother to guess. However, he was not the old vice-chancellor, nor was he as great as the old man. He had stayed in the catacombs his whole life. After he died in battle, the school sorted out his belongings and found that he had not even applied for a bank card. The old man had been in MCMAU for 60 years, but he was penniless. He had never married and dedicated his life to MCMAU. It was respectable but sad. Without thinking about it, Fong Ping said, "Also, the sponsorship fees can't be cheap. Don't bother if it's less than 10 million. It doesn't need to be too much, just about 10 will do." After a martial arts competition, it's not a lot, but it's still possible to collect 300 million in broadcasting fees and sponsorship fees. As for rewards, including other expenses, I think 100 million should be more than enough. Or we can give more rewards to attract more people to participate. We can earn at least 100 million. The next time we hold a martial arts competition, we can earn even more. Chun Yunchi listened carefully and quickly said, "But I heard that other schools have the same idea." Fong Ping laughed. "Following the trend won't make it big. Do they have the authority of MCMAU? Even CCMAU won't be able to follow the trend so easily. The key is still the martial arts championship. From back then, we were the winners and they were the losers. That's not all. CCMAU is run by a bunch of old antiques, and it's even more politicized. That idiot Li Hansong only thinks about bringing people down to the catacombs to kill. He's not interested in this aspect, and he's not as smart as me. Therefore, unless the central government organizes it, the martial arts competition organized by MCMAU will be the most authoritative in the country." Chun Yunchi continued to nod. Fong Ping saw this and said, "These are all trivial matters. Get a few people from the School of Social Sciences to help handle it. Tell those idiots from the School of Social Sciences that if they can't handle this, they should just go home. It's fine if their martial arts aren't that good, but if they can't handle this, then why are they still staying in MCMAU? The School of Social Sciences has the most rank 1 martial artists among the older students. These idiots don't even think about it. If they don't improve much in martial arts, will they be able to reach high positions in the business and political world? In recent years, those who have really reached high positions in the business and political world are mostly people from the School of Weaponry. In the past, I said I didn't give them a chance. Now that the missions are open to them, it's easier to earn credits. Loans are fine too. If they don't improve, I'll consider cleaning up the rank 1 martial artists in the junior and senior years next semester. Chun Yunqi's expression changed. She said quickly, "That's not good." Rank 1 martial artists were the backbone of each martial arts university. They were also the group with the most people. In MCMAU, there were close to 4,000 rank 1 martial artists. Of course, there were many sophomores, close to 1,500. However, there were also more than 2,000 rank 1 martial artists in the junior and senior years. If Fang Ping really wanted to do this, the school would not agree. Let's put the other 3 schools aside for now. Get the Martial Arts Society to spread the word to the juniors and seniors in the School of Weaponry. In the School of Weaponry, there are 800 juniors and seniors. In reality, there are less than 800. There are actually close to 300 people in rank 1. Isn't that embarrassing? Ignore the other schools for now. There are too many of them. If the School of Weaponry continues like this, I'll be ruthless. Fang Ping said with a smile. Lion Tang will definitely support it. Instructor Li will be fine. As for Dean Huang, when the time comes, it won't be a problem even if there are fewer people. Won't he find it embarrassing? The students in the School of Weaponry have the best qualifications, the best conditions, the most missions, the most resources. If they can't even reach rank 2 after a few years, would they be useless? Cultivation is hard. It's hard for everyone. It's even harder for normal martial arts universities. But normal martial arts universities can produce rank 3 martial artists. Rank 2 martial artists are not rare either. I don't believe that it's harder for MCMAU's people. After talking for a while, Fang Ping looked at the sky and smiled. All right, that's all for now. I still have some cultivation matters that I need to consult the instructor about. Don't delay your martial arts cultivation. You're close to becoming a thrice-honed martial artist. You should improve quickly in the 3 lower ranks. Chen Yunqi was slightly embarrassed and did not dare to reply. Fang Ping did not care about her and walked into the villa. At the end of September, the news of the school's plans to expel rank 1 martial artist in the School of Weaponry spread throughout MCMAU. For a moment, the older students lamented. The new students cheered. The Devil King Fang had finally made a move against the older students. In less than a month, the new students were almost tortured to the point of breaking down. Cultivating, doing chores, attending classes, challenging the elite ranking. Almost all of their time was taken up. At night, when they finally had a good night's sleep, that bastard Fang Ping actually sent people to attack the camp. No, the dormitories. To put it nicely, it was to train their vigilance and reflexes. Moreover, this matter had the full support of the School of Weaponry's dean, Tang Feng. The reason was that when Fang Ping and the others went out to encircle the evil sect martial artists, they were almost attacked. Tang Feng felt that it was necessary to let the new students experience more. Now, the grandmasters did not show up. Tang Feng, a peak rank 6 martial artist, together with Fang Ping, the president of the Martial Arts Society, immediately became a foregone conclusion. Now, the new students did not even dare to take off their clothes when they slept at night, afraid that someone would break into their house. Some of the MCMAU girls among the new students were even more afraid. They heard that the Devil King Fang wanted to hit women's breasts. If he gave them a few hits, this group of newbies would explode with one punch. The school's affairs were gradually on the right track. Fong Ping had heard about the nicknames the new students had given him behind his back, but he did not have the time to deal with them for now. When he had the time, Fong Ping had plenty of ways to deal with them. At the end of September, Fong Ping brought a change of clothes, pills, and weapons, and met up with Qin Fengqing in front of the Martial Arts Society. In front of the Martial Arts Society, Qin Fengqing's aura was much stronger than before. It had been almost 2 months since he broke through to rank 4. A few days ago, Qin Fengqing had built 4 celestial bridges. Seeing his high-spirited aura, Fong Ping raised his eyebrows and smiled. Middle stage rank 4 now. No, I'm almost there. Or should I say I barely made it. Qin Fengqing smiled with some ill intentions. The prototype of the 5th celestial bridge has been built. The next step is to stabilize it. Fong Ping, we're at the same rank now. The construction of the prototype also meant that he had actually entered middle stage, rank 4. However, because it was not yet stable, his rank was not too stable. Fong Ping chuckled. It's not easy. I remember last year when we met for the first time at the school gate, you were rank 3, and I was an aspiring martial artist. Sigh, in the blink of an eye, you've almost caught up to me. Amazing. Qin Fengqing's old face darkened instantly. How heart-wrenching. When he met Fong Ping at the beginning of last year, he was 3 ranks higher than Fong Ping. This year, his rank was actually lower than Fong Ping's. His high spirits from before disappeared in an instant. Qin Fengqing snorted. The path of martial arts isn't based on a moment. When you stop at peak rank 6 for a few decades, is that so? My mentality can be released externally. My bone marrow is like mercury. I'm invincible among rank 3, and my essence, spirit, and soul are in one. Old Qin, I think I'll be at peak rank 6 in a few months' time. After that, I'll be at rank 7. My skull honing level is also higher than yours. Rank 8 is also close at hand. Do you think you can really catch up to me? Enough. Qin Fengqing flew into a rage out of humiliation. His face darkened as he said, Are you leaving or not? You talk too much. Fong Ping laughed happily and stopped teasing him. The 2 of them walked toward the southern region. This time, they took the southern passageway to the catacombs. As soon as Fong Ping and the others left, a few people walked out of the Martial Arts Society's entrance. Watching the 2 of them leave, Fu Changding sighed. The others sighed too. Now, the gap between everyone had been completely widened. In the past, everyone could still form teams to carry out missions. Now the gap was too big. Forming teams would also become a burden to each other. I hope they can come back safely, Chen Yunxi prayed softly. Everyone was silent. In the catacombs, life and death were up to fate. Chapter 301. The entrance to the catacombs. The gatekeeper did not add anyone. It was still the same person. Scarface never returned. Fong Ping walked here and touched the alloy wall, not saying anything. They had only met once. However, that day, Scarface had told Fong Ping with a smile that he would flatten the catacombs the next day and demolish the alloy house with Fong Ping. Fong Ping still remembered it. Too bad you won't have the chance to demolish the house with me. I'll take everything for myself. Sometimes some people, even if they had only met once, would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. The only gatekeeper saw Fong Ping's actions and seemed to remember something. A hint of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. He did not say anything. The gatekeeper uncle laughed and said, Fong Ping, when you have time, you can take on some commercials. You can shoot some movies too. We're sick of your previous commercials. Try something new. Fong Ping was speechless. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. I saw it when I passed by the hall. Uncle, shouldn't you give me some advertising fees? I don't have any money. The gatekeeper pushed them away cleanly and said with a smile, Go ahead. Both of you be careful. Qin Fengqing looked relaxed. He did not care. He said as he walked, My fortune depends on the catacombs. What's there to worry about? The gatekeeper laughed and nodded slightly. That's true. You, Qin Fengqing, are almost treating the catacombs as your ATM. That's true. It's an ATM. Qin Fengqing chuckled and entered the alloy house with Fang Ping. A few minutes later, both of them entered Hope City's passageway plaza. This time, Su Mafu did not appear. 2 rank 4s were not qualified for Su Mafu to welcome them personally. Outside the alloy house, there were military powerhouses guarding it. Seeing both of them, the guarding martial artist smiled and nodded. Both of them were quite famous in Hope City. One of them entered the catacombs for the first time and escaped the pursuit of a rank 6 martial artist. The other entered often and was often hunted. Now many people had died. These 2 had entered from lower ranks to middle ranks. Their luck was heaven-defying. Qin Fengqing acted like he was familiar with them. He said, "Old Zhang, how's the situation now? Tell us." The guarding martial artist looked at him for a while and said faintly, "My surname is Liu." "Oh, then old Liu, how's the situation now?" Qin Fengqing didn't care about this at all. There were so many people. Who had the time to remember them one by one? Names were just code names. Fang Ping did not say anything. He raised his head and stared at the ugly sun. It was better to pretend that he didn't know Qin Fengqing. Whether he was embarrassed or not, that was his business. The martial artist on guard did not seem to mind this too much. He smiled and said, "Sky Gate City has retreated and has not attacked again recently. However, the scouts have reported that Sky Gate City is now in close contact with East Sunflower City. According to General Su's judgment, the 2 cities may continue to deepen their cooperation or even merge." Sky Gate City had suffered heavy losses this time. Half of their high-ranked martial artists had been killed, and countless middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists had been killed or injured. They were no longer able to take the initiative to attack Hope City. The distance between the 2 cities is also very close. Qin Fengqing listened for a while and said, "Is there any movement from West Phoenix City in the northwest?" West Phoenix City? The guard thought for a while and shook his head. "For now, there is no movement. It is still the same. Our people rarely go to the northwest. However, this time, the military is already paying attention to the various cities. Once they join forces, we will definitely notice." "Oh." Qin Fengqing did not ask further. He walked into the city, and Fang Ping hurriedly followed. "Where are we going?" "To the mission hall." Qin Fengqing said disdainfully, "Kid, you are a greenhorn here. Learn more from me. Now that we are in Hope City, we should go to the mission hall to take a look. Maybe we can earn some extra money." Sometimes the military or some large enterprises in the outside world, including pill companies and weapons companies, may issue some missions. They're all free missions, such as collecting martial arts medals and the like, or collecting catacombs clothing. I don't know if it's to enter the catacombs, or if some idiot has this hobby. Anyway, it's all free money. Qin Fengqing finally found an opportunity to attack Fang Ping. Fang Ping smiled without saying anything. There was no harm in listening. However, Qin Fengqing would wait and see. These debts would be settled sooner or later. Mission Hall. There was no display screen or electronic equipment here. He could only check through the mission blackboard. At this moment, there were many people in the mission hall. Fang Ping also saw some familiar faces, a few instructors from the university. Seeing Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing, the instructors greeted them with a smile and asked about MCMAU. Hearing that MCMAU had obtained the authority to expand the university's pill and weapons production line, the instructors were in a good mood. Actually, the peak rank 6 powerhouse in charge of the catacombs already knew about this. However, these few had just returned from outside Hope City, so they did not know about it yet. Everyone talked for a while. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing also checked the mission blackboard, purchasing all kinds of medicinal herbs in large quantities at favorable prices, purchasing energy stones of all kinds of purity, purchasing energy hearts, purchasing monster carcasses of all ranks, purchasing fresh sea beasts, Fong Ping actually saw the restaurant purchase mission. He glanced at it and was speechless. Do people really eat these things? The purchase price is not cheap. He still did not forget the last time he went to Hope City's restaurant. The price was terrifyingly expensive. You can't afford it, but it doesn't mean others can't. Qin Feng Qing continued to look down on him, reminiscing. The taste is not bad. The taste of sea beasts is especially fresh. However, sea beasts are not easy to catch. The sea is also dangerous, so I haven't eaten much. Speaking of which, do you know what the best food in the catacombs is? What? Fong Ping had never eaten the animals and plants of the catacombs when he was in the catacombs. When he entered the Jiao's forest, he did not eat either. He relied on his vitality to sustain himself. Mine rats. Qin Feng Qing licked his lips, his face full of enjoyment. Mine rats are really tender. That tastes better than women. Do you have a story with mine rats that you have to tell? Get lost. Qin Feng Qing cursed. Just as he was about to speak, someone beside him interrupted. Qin Feng Qing, you've eaten mine rats before? Qin Feng Qing said proudly, of course. The person who asked was a middle-aged uncle. He raised his eyebrows. Mine rats only appear near energy mines. Where did you catch them? Qin Feng Qing looked at him with disdain and snorted. Do you think I'm stupid? The military department wanted me to hand it over, but I didn't tell them. MCMAU didn't tell either. Why would I tell you? When I reach rank 7, I'll go mine directly. I'm the only one who knows anyway. I won't tell anyone else. This guy did not care if people knew about this. Discovering an energy mine was your ability. The key was to dig it back if you had the ability. If you did not dig it back, it would not be very effective. High-ranked creatures were bound to be found in energy mines. This was a common rule that everyone knew. The middle-aged uncle was not actually curious about this. He grinned and said, Qin Feng Qing, you're bragging. How could you come back alive after going to an energy mine? I can't help it. I'm too lucky. Qin Feng Qing looked pleased. He coughed dryly and said, All right, don't beat around the bush to get close to me. There must be high-ranked creatures. I didn't dare to go too deep. I circled around the periphery and came back. Anyway, I've eaten mine rats before. That taste is amazing. Many people in the hall heard him. Some could not help but laugh. Others deliberately provoked him. How could you believe Qin Feng Qing's bragging? I don't know where he heard it from, but he's pretty good at pretending. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Qin Feng Qing ignored them. He looked at the mission panel for a while more, then strode out. There was no need to register anything when accepting missions here. All he had to do was check if there was a high demand for something and bring it back. After leaving the mission hall, Fong Ping asked, Did you really find an energy mine? Take a guess? Guess my ass. It's not like I don't know where the energy mines are. I know 3 of them. The key is that I don't have the ability to get them. Fong Ping did not care too much about this. In MCMAU there was a map. MCMAU powerhouses had discovered 3 energy mines. However, they were extremely dangerous. 2 of them were guarded by rank 8 creatures. The last one was even suspected to be rank 9. Moreover, they went deep into the catacombs, near the central mountain range. Fong Ping knew, but he did not want to court death. But how many places had Qin Feng Qing gone to? He had even encountered an energy mine. Since he had returned alive, did that mean that there weren't any powerful creatures occupying the area? Qin Feng Qing chuckled and said, I told you not to get any ideas about me. I'm guessing that the one I encountered was probably not discovered by MCMAU, nor was it discovered by anyone else. Anyway, it's not too big, and the degree of energy leakage is not high either. It might only be occupied by a rank 7 creature. When I reach the 7th rank, I will go mining. If it really doesn't work, I'll just auction it off and sell it to the highest bidder. I have to make a profit anyway. Fong Ping did not ask further. He asked, What about now? Now. Qin Fengqing was speechless. Of course, we have to hurry out of the city now. A few hundred miles will take a lot of time. Once we enter the catacombs, don't waste time. Don't tell me you're planning to find a woman in Hope City to talk about your feelings. Let me tell you, some of the female martial artists in Hope City are terrible. If you have a special taste, you can talk to them. Shut up! Fang Ping interrupted him. Without further ado, the two of them walked toward the north gate. Outside the north gate, looking back, there were more potholes on the city wall of Hope City. There was also a smear of red on the land outside the city. During the battle, Fang Ping and the others had already evacuated. Fang Ping did not know how many people had died. Qin Fengqing began to hurry on without saying a word. The danger level was not high within a few dozen miles of Hope City. The two of them did not waste their vitality as they hurried on, maintaining a constant speed. After walking for more than an hour, Qin Fengqing suddenly stopped. In front of them were lakes of various sizes. Qin Fengqing stood on the spot and looked for a moment. Suddenly he asked, "Which one is the vice-chancellor's?" Actually, Fang Ping also realized how these lakes were formed. On that day, those powerhouses fought and perished together. The energy fluctuations even spread tens of miles away. One could imagine how intense the battle scene was. Fang Ping was not familiar with this, but Qin Fengqing was. In the past, there were no lakes here. Fang Ping was silent. Qin Fengqing did not mind. He glanced at the lakes and walked around them. As he walked, he asked, "How strong do you think I have to be to conquer the catacombs?" "I don't know. Even rank 9 can't do it." Qin Fengqing laughed self-deprecatingly. "Nobody knows. Commander Li and his group are all rank 9 powerhouses, but they still can't do it. Is there a rank 10 above rank 9? I don't know." "I knew you don't know. It's useless to ask." "Then why did you ask?" "Nonsense. There's no one else here. It's just the two of us. If I don't talk, do you want me to suffocate?" "You talk less." "Why should I talk less? Who knows how long I can live? While I can still talk, I'll talk more. I'll tell you everything in the future." Qin Fengqing was a chatterbox. Fang Ping actually knew this was not the first time. Last time, when they were doing a mission together, this guy talked from beginning to end. Previously, there was someone else. Now that there was no one else, Fang Ping could only bear this chatterbox's nonsense alone. As they walked, the land was no longer desolate. After the last battle, there was no grass or trees around Hope City. Now it was all bare land. Not even a big tree could be seen. However, as they continued walking northwest, trees and grass appeared again. The land was no longer flat. Some hills could be seen everywhere. West Phoenix City is about 500 li northwest from Hope City. This time, we're not going to West Phoenix City. We're going a little northeast. Why did you escape there? Aren't you going to Sky Gate City to rob? What do you mean by robbery? Qin Fengqing retorted. We're withdrawing money. Do you understand? As he said that, he still explained, we're not going to Sky Gate City. We're going to a large village. In the catacombs, other than the 13 cities, there are some villages and towns. The one we went to last time was a village. Anyway, I don't know if it's Sky Gate City's management or West Phoenix City's management, but it doesn't matter. It's all the same. That village is quite strong. There are rank 5 martial artists and quite a few rank for martial artists. Wang Jinyang and I killed a few of them. After that, we didn't dare to run toward Sky Gate City, so we ran here. Then we came across the place I mentioned. In the catacombs, the cities must have high ranks. This is the law. Towns with more than 10,000 people may also have high ranks. As for villages, it's rare to see high ranks. It's considered good to have a middle rank. Some villages are actually just a bunch of normal people. Rob, withdraw money. You must choose a good place. It's meaningless to go to a normal village. Other than killing a few people, what else can you do? Although it's a race war between us and the catacombs, I have no intention of slaughtering those women and children. It's best not to go to a town. If you want to go to a bigger village. There are martial artists in these villages, so they definitely need to cultivate. There are definitely energy stones there. Even if there aren't energy stones, you can often find herbs with extremely high energy concentration. They're also quite valuable. Qin Fengqing began to teach Fang Ping his way of robbery. When they were almost 200 li away from Hope City, Qin Fengqing suddenly stopped and looked at Fang Ping. Take off your clothes. Fang Ping's gaze was dangerous. There was no one around. In the wilderness, this guy wanted him to take off his clothes? Before Fang Ping could question him, this guy started taking off his clothes himself. When he was down to his underpants, he took out a set of catacombs human clothing from the cloth bag he carried with him and put it on. Don't dress like this near Hope City. Some of our martial artists are stupid. They want to kill you as soon as they see you. It's fine if they don't kill you in one move, but if they kill you in one move, there's no way you can reason with them. Qin Fengqing talked about his bloody experience. His gaze was complicated. I didn't think so much at that time. I had just changed my clothes near Hope City. I met a rank 4 martial artist who had just returned from outside the city. Without saying anything, he chased me and tried to kill me. Motherf asterisk her. I already said that I'm a human, but he still wanted to kill me. He said that I'm a catacombs human who has learned the human language. Motherf asterisk her. I was almost killed. Can a catacombs martial artist speak Mandarin so fluently? I'll remember this grudge. When I get the chance, I'll cut him down. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He heard Qin Fengqing say, Actually, we can't sneak by changing clothes, but we won't be too conspicuous. If they see us from afar, the catacombs martial artists won't chase us. At this time, we should be more wary of human martial artists. However, we're so far away from the city. This is also not our main attack direction. The probability of meeting humans is not high. While he was talking, Qin Fengqing had changed his clothes and even wrapped a piece of cloth around his head. Fang Ping was speechless. Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes and said exasperatedly, Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Fang Ping heard that and did not delay any further. Since he followed Qin Fengqing, this veteran, and did this, it meant that it was effective. After taking off his coat, Fang Ping was just about to change when Qin Fengqing's gaze suddenly changed. This guy reached out and touched Fang Ping's body. Fang Ping was on guard. He growled, Get lost, or I'll kill you. This guy looked like he had an insatiable desire. Was he looking for a beating? Leather armor made from the skin of a rank 5 white-eared beast. Qin Fengqing ignored him. He swallowed, ignoring Fang Ping's murderous gaze, and continued to touch his leather armor. He said with red eyes, Motherf asterisk her, what kind of mission is this? There's no one around. I really want to do something big. This bastard Fang Ping was so rich. He was richer than that Pauper Wang Jinyang. A B-class alloy broadsword and a rank 5 beasts leather armor. Just these 2 items alone were already a huge fortune. Fang Ping, I've never worn this before. Do you want to lend it to me for a few days? Qin Fengqing's face was full of desire. Fang Ping slapped his paw away and said with a dark expression, Dream on! Don't be so heartless. I'll just borrow it to wear. I'll definitely return it to you. Are you going to get lost or not? Fang Ping was starting to regret going on a mission with this idiot. This guy could not possibly be thinking of robbing him, could he? Qin Fengqing's face was full of regret. He sighed softly. It's okay. If you don't want to lend it, then don't. In his heart, however, he was thinking that if Fang Ping were to be hunted down later, he should be willing to ask for this broadsword and leather armor to save his worthless life, right? Unbeknownst to him, Fang Ping was also thinking that the saber Qin Fengqing was wearing was also B-class.